If anybody hasn't picked up their phone delegations, please move to the now.
Ach, wirklich? Könnte also zusammen Wasser holen. Tee. Aber sehr lecker. Nee, passt schon. Sache Liquid. Oh, sehr gut.
Was?
Kennst du nicht? Verwischt oder irgendwas. Ich hätte gedacht, weil es Stoff ist, dass es vielleicht so. Aber muss es Ding lesen?
Für mich.
Heftig, wie viel Dreckzeug. Also viele Nektars, die man gesehen. Eine E-Mail?
9:31, 1 minute late, so we don't typically do that. Formally open the MA in Potsdam. Please stay awake, I know it's difficult sometimes. And if they don't know either, feel free to raise your hand and ask. Alright? Potsdam. We will give some.
Rede auf Deutsch. Vielleicht die gehört. Das finde ich über 35 Jahre mehrere Generationen tatsächlich aktiv sind. Und es freut mich natürlich. Bestimmt 25 Jahre lang. Und ich kann eigentlich nur sagen, wenn wir sie nicht wäre unsere Initiative jetzt in der Erasmus. Das alte Gebäude vorne, das Hauptquartier des Deutschen Roten Kreuzes und versorgte im Grunde die Front mit medizinischem Gerät. Nach 1945 zog dann hier für kurze Zeit die sowjetische Militäradministration ein und danach, ab 1952, war es dann die Hochschulkaderschmiede für die deutschen Diplomaten und für die deutschen Politiker. Nach 1991, als die Universität gegründet wurde, wir sind ja eine der jüngsten Universitäten in Deutschland, nach wie vor, viele Neugründungen kommen ja auch von nach der Wende, hat die Universität dann die Räume übernommen und hat hier die juristische Fakultät, die Wirtschafts- und Sozialwissenschaftliche Fakultät etabliert. Und dann kam das nächste Neue, die erste Universität in einer Public-Private Partnership mit dem Hasso-Plattner-Institut für Software System Engineering, brachte uns noch die Digital Engineering Fakultät dazu. Also wenn Sie deutsche Geschichte, auch deutsche Hochschulentwicklung nachlesen wollen, dann sind Sie hier auf diesem Campus total richtig. Vielleicht noch ein paar Worte zur Uni Potsdam, abgesehen vom Campus. Ich sage mal, heute ist für die Uni Potsdam ein ganz besonderer Tag. Und 5 Minuten müssen wir es wissen. weil wir uns ja an der Exzellenzstrategie beteiligt haben mit 3 Clusteranträgen und um 9:30 Uhr sollte eigentlich die Verkündung sein. Sie können also wissen, was ich mache, wenn ich nach Hause komme. Ich gucke zuerst mal ins Internet. Außerdem stehen wir vor neuen Hochschulverträgen, das heißt, wir verhandeln mit dem Land gerade, wie die Finanzierung der nächsten Jahre aussehen wird in wesentlichen Teilen. Wir warten auf unser neues Hochschulgesetz, an dem wir als International Office auch tatsächlich mitgearbeitet haben und versucht haben, unsere Belange einzubringen. Und last but not least, im September stehen Wahlen in Brandenburg an. Ich will gar nicht darauf eingehen. Ich glaube, die Emotionen kochen hoch, wenn man sieht, wie weit rechts in Brandenburg oder dass Teile von Brandenburg gerückt sind. Ja, und last but not least vielleicht noch ein paar Informationen über die Uni und Statistik, was vielleicht auch noch interessant ist. Wir haben in der Zwischenzeit knapp 21.000 Studenten. Je nachdem, wie man es zählt, sind zwischen 13 und 15% Internationals, was mich sehr freut. Problematische Geschichte. Das THE-Ranking ist da für uns aber auch noch eigentlich eine ganz gute Basis. Sind wir Nummer 28 und waren im letzten Jahr die beste deutsche Universität unter den jungen Universitäten. Fand ich bemerkenswert für eine, die 30 Jahre alt ist. Ja, und wir sind in 2 Netzwerken. In dem einen ist die Erasmus-Initiative auch vertreten. Das ist das EDUC-Netzwerk, eine europäische Allianz, die hier in Potsdam auch gemanagt wird. Und wir sind in einem Wissenschaftsnetzwerk junger Forschungsuniversitäten hier, wo auch studentische Belange vertreten werden, aber im Wesentlichen mit Forschungsthemen behandelt werden. Ansonsten vielleicht noch ein Wort zu unserem Ausbildungsprofil. Die Fakultäten haben Sie sicherlich irgendwo schon wahrgenommen. Wir machen, was wir aber tun, wir versuchen auch über englische Masterstudiengänge zu internationalisieren. Das heißt, wir haben momentan 23 reine englische Masterstudiengänge und 4, die so eine Art Pilotgeschichte sind, nämlich Master plus PhD zusammen in einer verkürzten Zeit. Man ist ein Y-Modell, man kann mit dem Master anfangen und sich dann irgendwo entscheiden, mache ich den Master fertig oder gehe ich ins PhD. Und das haben wir in 4 Bereichen. Das ist natürlich unsere Partneruniversität in der Richtung. Polen habe ich schon genannt, Italien haben wir auch noch mit dabei als Doppelabschluss, der liegt aber momentan auf Eis und wird neu aufgesetzt. Soweit vielleicht. Es gäbe noch viel zu sagen, aber Sie hören heute ja noch ganz viel. Und insofern würde ich vielleicht an dieser Stelle schließen. Ich wünsche Ihnen eine erfreuliche, erfolgreiche Tagung, viele gute Kontakte. Die Sektionen, die jetzt Aufnahmeanträge gestellt haben, mögen demnächst aufgenommen werden, dass Sie dann auch von diesem Netzwerk profitieren können. Also, willkommen in Potsdam und ein schönes Wochenende hier an der Uni.
Thank you very much for these kind words. Now, to introduce the legal board who will explain the basic procedures and the people who came later. So, hello everybody, thank you everybody for coming here. We are on the board. I'm here, this is Allah. And we are kind of like all the procedural things here actually. And our first topic is the vote to vote. So thankfully, most of you were staying on time and were able to get your voting cards also collected on time. Thank you for that. I hope it will stay the same for the next 2 days. So keep it up, please. And then let's look how to vote. So first of all, the basics, what's written in our statutes. Like we are only like prorated or in German Beschlussfähig if like half of our members are here. Members, this means like the sections, like half of the sections vote delegates are here. I think for today we managed that, and we have like right now 44 sections, so we need at least 22 to be present. So and later on we will take the quorum for today. Then let's look at what types of vote we have. First of all, like we have public vote and secret vote. Secret vote is basically everything which involves person. So if like one person is elected, like we will have on Sunday a vote on the real object, that will be a secret vote, and also like for new candidate sections, that will be also the secret vote. Everything else is public vote, and you will see it later on. Then, what kinds of questions we have? Like many of them will be like yes or no question. Then you can either say yes or no or abstain. And there are also the right question, especially for like you vote on persons, like elect a position, then you can vote between multiple people, but also select a none of them and also abstain. And the important part is for the majorities that all like abstain votes doesn't count into the majorities. Then for the voting procedures, with the public vote, it's very basic. We just like, we will read out the questions and then read out the different answers, and you have to put up your voting device. And it's important that you have your hand up while you count. Don't put it down, since we need, like, it takes some time for us to count, especially like we maximum have 44 voting devices to count. That takes some time, so please stay up with your hand. And of course, like if you have like 2 vote delegations, you have to raise both with like each one hand, so we can clearly see that there are 2 and not like something behind on each other. And yeah, afterwards, like after we counted them, then we have the voting result directly. For the secret votes, you get a ballot paper where you have to mark the preferred answer and afterwards like fold it together and like return it and it will count it. Afterwards present the results. Yeah, so some rules for the voting. First of all, the distribution always happens in the morning and you have to be on time to get a voting device. Like, there are some sections where the members unfortunately are delayed, and if you are too late, then you won't get a vote for that day. So please make sure that you're on time if you have a voting delegation. Yeah, as I already said, like, keep it up clearly, and also with your voting device, don't note, we want to reuse them. So please be careful about them and don't write on them, don't spill coffee on them, don't fold them, just like keep them in good shape so that you can use them at the next meeting as well. And also don't lose them, so make sure that you always know where your voting device is, and in the evening we will collect them again, so bring them back. Okay. So for the secret votes, yeah, you have to vote them 3 times, that we will tell you more on that on Sunday. So for quorums and majorities, like as I already said, like for the quorum we need to raise 22 sections. So for secret votes, even though like there are some parts which are marked as public votes, you can request a secret vote. And if at some point during this NA, you say like, I'd like to request this to be a secret vote, please tell that to us as early as possible, since we have to print the ballot paper for that, and we don't want to do that in a hurry on Sunday morning. So for the rest, like the majorities, like I think the change of sections and the Antrag of third on-site vote happen today, or this weekend, but like for example the new candidate sections, there's a 2/3 majority needed for them to accept. And for everything else, that's a typical half majority. So that's all. Do you have any questions regarding the voting procedure? Is that a question? I don't know. Yeah, that's your voting device. Maybe it got lost the last time, so that's all of it, what I got. Yeah. So I think we can continue if there aren't any other questions with the quorum check. And for the quorum check, we have like a nice question prepared. I hope you all have read the visual identity manual, and know exactly what the official hashtag is that you have to use. Right. Which of these three choices is it? You can read it and then we will go to each one. So, who is for option A? Please keep it up. Don't put it down. Yeah, you can put it down. Now option B. And option C. Good, perfect. So we have at least everybody on the vote, and we have a quorum for the day, and that's option B. Very well. So with that, I would like to introduce now the chairman team for this event.
Thank you. So, welcome everybody. We are your chairman team for this NA, also me. Yeah, I'm actually the main chair for the school here, so we won't get rid of you, and maybe I'll see you again over here. So, just a short introduction of myself. My name is Carsten, and you see yesterday's working for today, and I'm 28, a little bit closer to the 30 than I would like. And so for my East End past, I've been part of the network since 2019 as part of East End Hamburg, and I'm still a lot of this is the London network, and I've been vice president, had different positions, also have been at the East and East as well. So I'm really looking forward to this NA, to the next NAs, and let's enjoy. And we will continue with the rules, and I hand over to you.
Hi, yes, I'm Denise. I'm 26 years old, and I will hopefully be the vice chair for this level NA. My essential kind of started in 2016 when I started studying in Austria, and back then I was only a buddy, then I did my exchange abroad, and when I came to Stuttgart, I pretty much really joined ESN, and I've been part of ESN Stuttgart for way too long. I think by now I'm probably part of the furniture more than anything. I've done LR, I've done vice president. Last year I've also been able to do the regional coordinator position in the Southwest. And you can see the picture up there of us hosting in Stuttgart the juiciest LP ever. Literally, we had so much juice. I'm still traumatized. But yeah, so I already have a little bit of chairing experience with a small event. Never something as big as this. So I'm very excited for the opportunity. And yes, please vote for me.
So now we have to approve Denise as vice chair of this NA. So for this, do you elect Denise Schindler, ESN Stuttgart, as vice chair for the sharing team for this NA? So if you vote yes, please raise your voting devices now. Yep, on that. So for no and abstain. Okay, one abstain. So, congratulations, Denise, you are now vice chair.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Especially thanks that you don't let me do this alone, so that I can do it with... No, I mean, they voted for you. So I'm going to present the rules of the game for you again now. Okay, we're starting with the guest list. So, to not disturb anybody during the presentations, on this work, we have the gifts are not working, well, maybe some of you already know it, but if you agree to something or want to do applause, we have the silent applause, jazz hands, like to mention, and if you see people raising their hands above their head, that means please get silent, or we have to silence you. But also we want to especially highlight the respect and inclusivity of this NA. So be respectful to each other in general, not only during this National Assembly, and but please always speak English, so everybody is included in your conversations, nobody feels excluded. So please be aware of that in general. And also remember our code of conduct. So try to stay and behave in the manner of our code of conduct. And also, if you have any problems, if you experience any violence with any other person on this NA, please contact the so-called ombudspersons. They are there for you, they will help you, and then we will take action regarding to that. So, now to the next part of the survey, the speakers list, because almost every point on this agenda has a Q&A sections, and for this we're going to open a speakers list. So if you want to raise a question, a comment, and so on, this will be your chance to get heard. So very important, especially for us, please name your name and section so we can put it in the minutes so everybody knows when they read the minutes afterwards who asked what. Also, regarding what you want to ask or mention, you have different signs. So if you have a question, please raise your full hand. If you have a comment, please raise 2 fingers. Or if you have a procedural comment to the specific topic which is currently argued about, raise just 1 finger. We will then add you to the speakers list and going to call you then if it's your turn. Also, there's a maximum of 2 questions per person, so please try to keep this in mind. Because everybody maybe wants to ask a question or a comment, and a follow-up question is not a reaction, it's a second question. So that's actually quite important. And of course, if you're mentioned directly in a comment, question, and so on, we can react directly without the necessity to get on the speakers list. Also, yeah, please be serious, we all want to have fun. But we have a strict agenda, we have to get out at 6 point, so we want to all finish this on time. And also, great! Hi. Also, we're going to fix the microphone and wait until you get to the microphone to ask your question. Everyone can listen to you. Amazing, oh my gosh. Thanks for this. Technical issues, moment. So, okay. So also we have this tool called Slider. There will be a QR code following soon. So everyone who has internet, I hope most of you, should have internet access because those university lecture halls are sometimes funkel. We're going to use this tool to create the speakers list. So if you don't have internet, please stay to the rules I mentioned before with the hands. Otherwise, please use Slider, name your section, your name for every question, and we are going to open the speakers list 2 minutes before the end of the presentation, so you have time during the presentation to write down your question, and you don't have this awkward silence of 1-2 minutes after the presentation directly. Also, please wait until we call you up to ask a question. And there's of course a shy person special. If you don't want to ask your question yourself, there is the possibility to write down CT in front of your question, and we're going to read it for you. So everyone can ask a question, even though if they are new and don't feel comfortable asking in front of a lot of people. So, here's the code for Slider. Get it, see it, keep it in your browser, and we're going to show it actually like after every presentation again if you kind of lost it, the link. Yeah. Here we go. So, we're coming to the water block of Friday. Sorry, Ollie. You have to walk a bit. So,
so for the voting clock, we will start with the scrutineers, so doesn't always have to come with me here. So we need 2 people who aren't vote delegates who help me with counting during this NA. Are there volunteers? Maybe. It isn't too difficult. Okay, first one. And second one. Thank you. Please come in front. Please go to her and get your name signed in. Please. Perfect. So we can continue. So, do you elect Marek from Atelier Berlin and Paula from Frankfurt and Oda as scrutineers for this NA? If we have one procedure.
Microphone with instructions. They go there or do you come here?
Margherita, yes, and based on Munich, is it allowed that he's not in a member organization?
Yeah. Studying barber 16.
Okay, good.
So, are there any other procedural questions? It doesn't seem like that, so back to the vote. Do you elect these lovely 2 people as scrutineers for this NA? If you do so, please raise your voting device now for yes.
It's a penalty. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Now for no, who votes no? And who abstains? One abstain. So, perfect. So, congratulations. You are now scrutineers and can help me now with the following votes. And thank you, Ella, for helping. No. You see, we have now to the top of it. So, the next topic are the protocols of our past NAs. You should have received them by mail. I hope you all read them. So, first of all, since last time we postponed the vote, we will vote on the protocol for the NA in Düsseldorf past summer. So, do you approve the protocol for the NA in Düsseldorf? If you do so, please raise your voting device now. Okay, so nobody approves those. Okay, nice. So, who doesn't approve them? So, who votes no? Okay. And now, who abstains? Okay, so okay, interesting. So yeah, so we have to figure out how to continue that afterwards. But let's go to the second protocol, the NA in Hamburg. Do you approve the minutes from the NA in Hamburg? If you vote yes, please raise your voting device now. So, who votes no? One, two. And who abstains? Okay, we have to do it again since we have one vote too much. So let's again. Please raise your voting device if you say yes. So please put them down again. And who votes for no? Thank you. And who abstains? Yeah, okay. So. Okay, I think no, perfect. Thank you. And we continue. Do you approve the agenda of this NA? So, if you say yes, please raise your voting device now. So, please put them all down again. Everybody. And now, who votes for no? Please raise your voting device now. Okay, thank you. And who would like to abstain? Okay, perfect. That checks out. So, thank you. We have an agenda. And now, continuing with the ombudsperson. Please, the ombudsperson may come to the front. We have Kevin and Maria. Yeah, we forgot. Maybe you want to short introduce yourselves and tell the persons when they should come to you.
Yes, right. So every NA we have two ombuds people. There are two members of the national level, one male, one female. So in this case, that would be me, Gavin, and Maria. And if there is anything where you might feel uncomfortable in some way or form, you're free to come to us to talk things through.
Margarita, you said me some unique comments. It's not written anywhere that they have to be members of the national level. They can be any participants to the NA.
We prefer members of the national level
It was not a
because
question, it was a comment.
we choose to because we find that often sensitive data is shared, and when we feel more, we think it would be in the interest of the people coming when they know that the people who put themselves have signed a confidentiality form in the past and are forced to keep loads of data secret anyway for ESN, so you can be sure that the information is kept and made secret.
Doesn't make sense to have like the national level kind of problem that doesn't necessarily need to be the national board because like you all already tried to so in case like someone has problems with the national board, it makes sense to have someone that is not involved in the national board for
Somebody else wants to take my job. Yeah, but preferably somebody's already signed the call gets it done. His question. I said, if anybody else wants to take this free, but we would really prefer somebody who is at the national level, not for support, than who has already signed the form and shown that they can handle information confidentially.
There's a lot of comments procedural, I don't know.
And like, just as a comment, of course, like this are the ombudsperson, but I think you can contact every person of the national level also if you have any problems with any of them. So they are just like the official ones that you should first approach. Okay. So we have a comment, please.
Margarita, you said there's a unique the assembly decides, there is a voting, so if anybody who feels like they can do a good job in this task wants to also participate in the voting, they're very welcome to do so. We don't care, or we don't need to care about what the National Board prefers or recommends.
Yeah. So I think there aren't any comments or questions now. Let's have a vote. Do you elect this two lovely people as the ombudsperson for this NA? If you do so, please raise your voting device now. Okay, thank you. Please put them down. You can put them down, please. And now, who votes for no? Please raise your voting device now. Thank you. And who would like to abstain for this vote? Okay, so that adds up. So congratulations for you, given you are now ombudsperson for this NA. So, yeah, so we need 2 more volunteers who will help me conduct a cash audit. So you will do, in a cash audit, you basically check answers of the national board and make sure that all their transactions are rightful. And for that, I need 2 volunteers who will help me to conduct the cash audit. So, are there any interested persons? So first one, and second one, please come in front. Thank you. No. Sorry. Yeah. So, is there any other person? Okay, so I hope you don't have a vote delegate. Okay, perfect, thank you. So please go to them and one note to that, we will only have the cash audit of the second quarter of last year. So this doesn't have any problems with that. Let's see. Good. So, now, let's have a vote. Like, do you elect Henry from ESN 1 and Patricia from ESN Düsseldorf as cash auditors for this NA? If you do so, please raise your voting devices now. So, who would like to vote no? Who would like to abstain? Okay, nobody? Thank you. So, congratulations, Lisa, and you are now honored to help me with the question. So that concludes the voting block for today. Thank you for my lovely scrutineers and have a nice night.
Amazing. Now I want to ask our lovely national board.
Short question to IT support. Do you have 2 AA batteries, please? Because if not, we need to buy some for the microphone.
Alright, now it's time. Now it's time for the update part of the National Assembly. This is the part where the National Board and the Board supporters give a brief update as to what they've been up to. And for that, we decided this time to start with, there we go, what we've been up to, and in particular, some personal stuff. For me, it's just to give you an impression that we also have a life outside of the epicenter, or my extent, so none of us do this full time. We try to put this into our schedules, and what's happened for me is I finally officially started my master's thesis after years having a lot in the last year.
And I started my PhD, so I got a new job, and I will also be in the United States very soon. So if you get a little less emails from my side, that's because I'm out of country.
Well, I'm continuing my master's thesis, and I'll be done in 2 months, so then I'll just be homeless and jobless, so we'll see.
Yeah, I just finished my master's thesis like 2 weeks ago, and yeah, starting my referendariat, so my praxis time in school, soonish in, I think, 1st of May.
Hi. I'm also writing my thesis right now, surprise. And I applied, and there were a lot of applications for an Erasmus Plus internship, and I worked out I will go there in to Portugal, probably.
I've been living with Catherine and Mustafa in the ESN lab at Berlin since October, and I'm also going to the US in September for a year-long exchange at Dartmouth College.
Masterthesis.
I haven't been that productive as the others. I'm just working, and I'm going to get a pet snake soon, so that's my asset.
Alright, and with that we go to the proper content updates. So for me,
as the president, what I've mainly been doing is I've been improving our outreach in the terms of advocacy. To think about the way you might speak to your international office, I've been speaking to the DAD and several other stakeholders. What went very well, and I think one of the things you should highlight is I have quite a nice contact base in international. I think I don't know if you can confirm this or not. Probably not. But what happens is there's a lot of decisions made up there, and we try to communicate, see if it's also right for Germany, and then when we decide, we try to communicate that down. So that's sort of the pipeline I'm involved in. We really are getting on with the DAD. I mean, the director called me too, so I think that's good enough. Also for the EGM, we will be inviting two people, so that is something to look forward to, and we might set up a dinner as well for the EGM guests with the DAD, so that's something to look forward to. And then a lot of general managing, so we have our training days coming up and a bunch of other projects, so just to make sure they're all running on lines, and general courses, I think I'm missing a slide. Yeah, so I think one of the highlights for me were two conferences that I was at. So the first one was in Bonn and the second one was in Berlin. The Bonn was the Warsaw Conference, so the body that goes about rectors of universities, vice rectors, and went to recognition of credits for German students going abroad. And we really had some proper input. I think ESM was given a stage there, we were allowed to talk. And after that, a lot of international offices, a lot of vice rectors came to us, came to me, and we're able to have a chat on how we can improve things for the university. So I think there we really have an ESM. And what we can look out for in the coming couple of months in the advocacy side to my side is we might get to talk to the European Commission and University Alliances, and we'll do some consulting with the German network before we go to the talk. The ESN server will release in a week and a half, and then we're going to send out a bunch of emails to try and reach out to new partners as well. And the 3-year strategy review will start as well as the general advocacy work and preparing for the transition.
Hello folks, I'm Bush, I'm the international coordinator, helping out with the international communication side of things. I'm going to have this one slide. So after the previous NA, we had the West European platform in Karlsruhe, it's organized by our ESN Karlsruhe section. They absolutely nailed it. We had the biggest delegation, 54 people, 5 OCs, 60 volunteers. It's absolute perfection. Everybody loved it. There are some people here who are internationals who have been there, so maybe we'll be excited about them because they represented ESN Germany in a really, really cool way. We had the French-German cooperation meeting finally. We talked about some really cool things that we might do with them in the next year or so. So organize perhaps training days with them, maybe then up a stream review or something like that. And finally, we have updates about EGM. As you all know, Henry is our delegation leader, doing a really cool job there. And sadly, regarding accommodation, we couldn't find enough for our huge delegation. We couldn't find enough good accommodation for it, so everybody has to find their own accommodation. But on the bright side of things, German delegation proposed many, many cool topics, so I'm looking forward to that. And the coolest news, we have 90 participants, at least, which is really cool. And the best part of that is that all the sections that applied, that had members that applied, got at least 2 spots, which is pretty cool. That's from me.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Lisa. I'm the education coordinator. I worked a lot with Europa Schule, our European school. You will hear more about it tomorrow, so I'm just going to skip that part and save the time for other things. I'm really active with the VSI, so Verband Deutscher Studierendeninitiativen. And currently we're working on the Tag des Deutschen Ehrenamts, or studentischen Ehrenamts, sorry, so the day of the student volunteer work. We plan a program and inviting guests, inviting speakers, and also starting to slowly get participants. And we're still looking for members of the LC, so to say, but there will also be another VSI presentation on Sunday, so also watch that later. And then lastly, there is the local I in Berlin, which we just talked to the coordinators. So I means European Youth. What's the last name? Event. Sorry, I'm a little bit sick, so my head is around. So we're talking to the local I coordinators, which will happen in Berlin in April, and
content and how can we as ESM contribute to that, which is really exciting for us, that we can be part of it. And oh yeah, lastly, I'm part of a lot of education communities with sections from all over the world.
So, on my part as the Vice President, I've been working a lot with our candidate sections and interested organizations in the last couple of months. So the ones that you will get to know during this weekend are Erasmus in Gießen, the HW Berlin, Mainz, and Regensburg. So all of them are here this weekend. You will get to know them during the presentations. You will have the opportunity to ask them some questions to show you that not everyone who asks to join the network will become candidate section as well. I just want to mention that I've also been in contact with people from Leipzig, Nürnberg, Oldenburg, and Ulm in the past month. And we also did some section visits to our new candidates. So I went to Gießen and to Mainz to get to know the team a little better and to see how they've been doing. And Maria visited the HW Berlin. On the level of the regions, we had all 5 local platforms in the last 3 months, and we elected 8 new regional coordinators and re-elected 1 position. So there's a lot of new people in the team and a lot of new volunteers that are getting used to their positions. I'm very happy about all that support. And besides that, on the topic of section care, I've been checking the section requirements at the end of the year. So we sent out a total of 21 warning mails to all the sections. So I hope all of you are aware of your requirements now. But don't worry, it's just for you to be aware so that you know where to improve in the future. We're not kicking anyone out just by one mail. Then we were working on the quality assurance tool for this winter and it's currently running. So I revised the questionnaire with all those questions that you have to answer twice a year. And I'm also currently reworking the guided questions for the calls that you will have in February. Just to give you a little update, there was a deadline on Wednesday, and so far 31 sections filled out the questionnaire and 26 sections filled in the doodle to send their availability. So I'm still missing a few of you. If you didn't do so, please do that as soon as possible, because that's also a section requirement for you, and it's just there to help you improve your section in the future. And then, lastly, some smaller things, some events that I attended, which was WEB, Spirit Break, and the LP in the West, where we had a lovely time in Bonn. We were working on some other project where you will listen more about later, which was the Breaking New Ground training event, the local European youth event in Berlin, and part of the potential of GMOs for 2025. We've been also been working on restructuring the CLR calls, some IT stuff, some grant stuff. I'm part of the international HRM community, and of course I have a lot of calls and texts with all of you, so whenever you have a problem or you need some help, feel free to text me and to ask whichever. Little outlook. We'll have the calls, sign up for the quality assurance calls, and we will work on all, more support, more like one-on-one for the candidate sections, and then all the events that I just mentioned, we will work on that in the future.
Hi, my name is Nelly. I am the section care coordinator, and I am helping Isabel with the mentioned section care calls, CLR calls, phone CLR calls. So the monthly regular calls where everyone can join, not only ours, who are eager about to get to know about national updates or international updates. Where are you invited? Where do you go and all this kind of stuff. So whenever you get into these calls, as Isabel mentioned, not every section did that. So if you don't know my face, I was the person holding these calls. So as she mentioned already, we're about to restructure the calls. So I did my transition with Carsten, the people who attended the last call already got to know that. So I'm going to hand over great collaboration with Poland, Czech Republic, and Switzerland. We decided to hand in our application for the Cooperation Award for the EGM 2024. So I handed that in like 2 days ago. So let's all keep our fingers crossed that finally got charged equally in Spain, but like finally this year maybe we get an award as well and can enjoy it also.
Alright, what have I been up to? Well, most of my time has actually been spent on events. I've closed NA Hamburg, I've closed Rhyme Rhapsody of last year, which is actually not in my mandate, whatever. Then I'm still working on Spreebreak, I'm closing that, but every treasurer knows the feeling of suddenly appearing receipts and invoices. So it often takes longer than you think, but that should almost soon be done. And then ongoing, we have the NA Potsdam now, and Rhyme Rhapsody, and these are a lot of events, they're going to take a lot of time, that's why we have a new board support position, but I'll get back to that later. Then, what else has obliterated my time management? I've been working a lot on some grants. I worked on the inventory grant, managing it. We bought around 70 items, all the shiny new things we have here. We bought from that last year, like the laptops and God knows what, but I'll talk more about that later because there's a dedicated section where you can also ask questions about that grant. Then I've also spent quite a lot of time fiddling around with the budget and the grant for the NHS Potsdam. Yeah, I know. And then I just added the last point. Nina did a great job with the TK partnership. I just signed the contract and read over it, but I didn't want the slide to be empty at the bottom, really. And it fit the theme. Then I have been working through the mandate before me because I actually wanted to close the year, but because of the grant management and everything, I had a bit less time than I thought, so I didn't think. Okay. And, well, then I've tried some different bookkeeping software and tried to get something new for this year, but it didn't really seem worth it after looking at it, and it costs money, but it's like a bit of an overkill, so I just revamped what we do, and we do some sheets, and then we have a new board support position, which already paid off because it reduced my workload massively, and we'll get to that now.
Yes, I guess I'm the newest member around here. I'm Joshua, I'm the event budgeting coordinator since end of December, I guess. So I guess my update will be rather short. I established for now a workflow ensemble. I already created the first drafts for budgets for the University and National Erasmus Games. I also started working on the budget for the new training, breaking new ground with Netherlands and ES in Belgium. I guess we will hear an update about that later this weekend. And I also work on reimbursement forms.
Hello, I'm Gabriel, I'm the IT manager. Essentially what I did was the existing services that we use, that these are mostly pre-clicks, the website, and internally the password manager, keeping it up to date, the security and stuff, security and stuff. And also extending the use within the sections, because before it was kind of, you have to approach us and then we give you the access, but now it's more like, okay, we have pre-clicks, let's just send out the passwords and writing guides for it. Essentially what I did also is making it easier for the next IT manager to have everything nicely written down. And grants is also a big thing. This is about like the future and what kind of tools we want to use, because we don't have a lot, to be honest. So it's a nice opportunity. We will also have a session about digitalization, which I all invite you in to take part. Whenever you alumni, international, everyone's welcome. Or section member, NO, whatever. Yeah, and part of the grant was I also attended a boost camp, which is for change management, to kind of like, we will go through a lot of changes to kind of like explain these changes to make it easier to understand for everyone. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the last time we did talk about the planned web shop, and part of the kind of So this was kind of on hold because one reason was also the assets that we brought. Asset tracking is a really important thing because now that we have expensive things, we don't want them to get lost after a year and people not getting their, what is it called? Entlastung is the word. Entlastung. Not Entlastung. Yeah, so this is kind of like postponed to the grant because these are things we can do with the grant. And another reason is also accessibility laws in Germany. So next year, if you have like a shop, you need to make sure that these are accessible. So also we have to reevaluate and look for a different solution that we make sure these are like valid next year as well. And yeah, basically also the GDPR. I'm the GDPR team of ASIN International, essentially. I did that before last year, as you know, and then I did it for ASIN International as well to give it. Yeah, this is not important. Okay, and hacking the mainframe. I don't know what somewhere I think put it in. I'm probably too long, so next one. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I've been to the national board trainings in Peru, and I've been to LP Stuttgart and LP Bonn to hold a workshop about ESN cards. And on network updates, I created the position of the ESN card coordinator, which I had to extend it. I'm going to extend the open call soon, so if anyone's interested in talking about ESN cards, everyone can apply. And I offered one-on-one calls for the sections per request. And I've also uploaded a contact template with all the sections where I got help from the audit world. Thank you for that. So it's kind of, it's legal, you can use it. And ESN card updates, I've set up a proper system for extraordinary sales of ESN cards. So you can buy ESN cards during my office hour, which I'm going to offer during the A, during the coffee breaks. And you can buy them just all over the year and I can ship them to you if you forgot to order ESN cards. And also, I'm going to distribute the ESN cards sustainable from now on, so I'm going to bring them to the NA and hand them out to you. And if you're not at the NA, I'm going to ship them via the L only. And on the collaboration updates, we finally signed a contract with TIGA. And also, N26 has agreed to partner up with us, so we're going to sign the contract hopefully next month. And also, I got ESN Austria on board to join the DACH cooperation, so we're gonna also get a partnership for them. And also, Softbeats wants to partner with us, so I'm on negotiating terms with them, and hopefully also gonna have a partnership with them next month. And what else? I'm in contact with DHL. They're awaiting a response from me, so they're gonna get a collaboration plan, so hopefully that's gonna work out. So fingers crossed. And also I messaged Lebara and McFit, but I'm still waiting on a response on that. And I got messaged by the event manager of ESN Sweden because they're interested to do a Battle ESN Germany collaboration, but we're gonna see if that's gonna work out. I'm gonna have a meeting soon and there will be updates. And I've also contacted companies and institutions for grants regarding event of the month, so we can get sponsoring for that. And also that's not on this slide, but also I've been having a lot of meetings with your center, and since my mandate, I managed to double the amount of codes we could use. So we have the ESN Germany code we're using, so you can get like discounts, and this has been doubled from 49 to 108, I think, yeah. Users per semester.
Hi, I'm Julian, the sponsorship coordinator. I'm going to be short because I think some of you extended their time. Yeah, we finalized the pitch decks for Rhapsody and National Erasmus Games. That was essentially what I was doing since the last day. We finalized the packages we can offer to the companies. I started contacting the companies. We have Eurocenter as a potential main sponsor for Rhapsody, but that's still not clear. Yeah, what else? I supported a sponsorship search for this NA, but apparently we didn't need that much support, so I had to focus on Rhapsody and National Erasmus Games. And yeah, that's it. That was good.
Hello, beautiful people. So, I founded Lucy for the Winter in A here in Potsdam. Thank you, Potsdam, for that, for stepping up. And luckily, another amazing section, Frankfurt am Main, was able to organize, or will be able to organize this summer in A this year. So also thank you to you. Sadly, the only thing that's missing is the autumn in A this year, because we had a vision that we are not voting always on the next NA, but the NA after that, so they have like half a year of planning phase. But sadly, I didn't got a response for this open call, so I will reopen it. If any of you are thinking about maybe doing the autumn NA this year, hit me up, please. Alright, next to my already handed in masterpieces, sadly the last one were completely packed, so I wasn't able to do that much, but we had the open call for Rhine Rhapsody and the National Erasmus Games in the end of November, and the OC already started planning. You get updates on that later on. Of course, last year in November was full of spring break, and I already contacted the hostels for next year. Sadly, I know the open call for this year's OC is still missing because of the mentioned reasons, but it's coming soon, directly after our DNG cooperative training event. The OC, open call for the OC there will also come out today, tomorrow, the next days. I will take over Jannis, my boss for the sports and activities updates as well, because he is living his best life in Chile right now. He is the head of the National Erasmus Games, so part of the summer event, and he's coordinating everything with the National Board and the Rhine Rhapsody OC. So he's also really busy, he's doing a great job there, and he's always in contact with the International Erasmus Games coordinator, because the International Erasmus Games will take place in Poland, I guess. Excellent. Next one, please.
Thank you. First of all, I said it last, and then I will say it again. We use a lot of abbreviation and shortcuts. Feel free to ask us all the time, because we deal with those things every day. My updates, I was the head of communication at spring break, and I brought up there our volunteers, the recognition certificates, and together with Luis, who produced our after movie, we talked to school a lot and we published it. You've all seen it. Then, of course, some community care and support. Whenever you have some questions or calls, I tried to support you as good as I could. Then I did multiple section screenings on social media. Why I did that, we'll come to that as well. Then I've been at the National War Training Base in Estonia. Very good time there, learned a lot about strategic management. I'm still involved in the training event we've heard a lot of about now, but more information is coming. As the call that I drafted is more. Then I'm also going to coordinate the Rhine Rhapsody and Jack promotion a little bit, because two events at the same time, we need to figure that out. There is a new PowerPoint template for everyone. You can see it there right now. And there's also an APR guide that I created for the next upcoming OCs of the NA, so hopefully find it helpful. And all the designs you see around here, for example, this roller banners, patch box, business cards, some mega banners, whatever there was, that was my job. And of course, I overlooked and coordinated our social media. A few of the posts I did myself, but most of them did my lovely social media manager, Lisa. She can't be here because of some exams, but readings. And that's why I take over updates. So you follow us on Instagram. Of course, you know what she was up to. There was a lot of campaigns, for example, the social impact days, the charity run, the event of the month. That's coming monthly. Then we also had some lifestyle content, like the the reels about the travel destinations, for Germany, mental health, sustainability, and international friendship. And she, of course, was responsible for the partnership advertisements. She also was in contact with Lena, especially about Eurocenter updates. There was a nice event at Eurocap, and LinkedIn is also a big deal. And she helped me with the room screenings.
Hello everyone. So what I've been up to. So I've been taking care of the Erasmus Generation in Action project. So we just started the Movement Europe Mobility Promotion events in the last few months. So we organized 4 events in Germany. I've also been attending the monthly steering committee calls, and soon enough you're going to get more emails about the next stage of this project from me, about volunteering abroad. I've also, along with Gabriel, as I told you, we applied for the 100x digital grant from DSE. So we were selected in the first round, and now we sent in the final application on January 15th. I've also been acting as your vice delegation leader for the EGM in Syria, along with Henry. So you will be getting more emails from me in the coming weeks and months. I also am part of the Training Days project, the Breaking New Ground, which we're doing with Belgium and the Netherlands. And I'm currently working on a grant for this project, so it's the Erasmus Plus K153 grant. And I'm also doing another grant application. We'll tell you more later today about the potential EGM Berlin 2025, so I'm part of the OC, and I'm applying for the K154 grant, also from Erasmus Plus. I'm actively working on both these applications at the moment, and they're both due on the 20th of February, so right now this is my main priority. I also had a little section visit, as Isabel already told you, and visited HTW Berlin. And other than that, I've been going to a lot of events as well, including the WEF in Karlsruhe, the local platform in Dresden, Sprühbrück, and the last 2, which were the most important for my role, were the National Board Training in Pärnu and Estonia, where I attended the sessions on project management, as well as the Grants Lab in Brussels, where obviously I learned stuff about grants.
Good morning everybody, nice to see you all. So I'm Tanya, social care coordinator of Youth in Germany, and probably the biggest project was going on last month was the charity run 2023 Getting Warm edition. So me and the council team, we were preparing and executing this event. I got in contact with Deutsches Rotes Kreuz because we decided to support their projects helping people in need during the cold winter time. I have written some info mails for you, did all the administration. I organized the videos for social media done by the causes team and the others as well. I was keeping track of all the received screenshots of the distances your section members and internationals has run for the event, and I calculated the heck out of it. And we came to the result of 697.58 kilometers, which is amazing during the beginning of December, which calculated to €1,003 and 24 cents, thanks to Hughes and Bonn for the 24 cents. Amazing. And yeah, I also, again, of course, the contact with Deutsches Rotes Kreuz on the phone, and the person on the phone, he was so happy about this amount of money. I want to congratulate you in his name once again. It's very cool, and yeah, let's do it again next summer. Next slide, please. Thank you. Also, the causes team organized the Eastern Germany Secret Center 2023. We got back to basics. Last time we used online tool, which was not working out amazingly, so we did manually. There weren't that many casualties this time. Of course, we wanted for the event of the month, October, November, and December. You will see the winners later this day as well. I have done some online workshops about the courses, and of course I was leading the course team meetings. We did a review of section input in activities.esn.org because we realized that some sections hasn't registered any events in a long time. in the next few days, those sections will receive an email. We want to know, okay, what's going on, do you need some help? How could we support you? Then we designed the Event of the Month booklet for Nina. You already heard, she likes to find some fundings for us for this project. And yeah, upcoming things is the event of the year that is happening on Sunday, voted by you. And we are already thinking about the preparations about the charity run 2024 at the end of May, beginning of June. Thank you.
Yes. So, are there any questions for our lovely board? Yes. Please take your name.
Okay. We should hear
Oh, yeah. Great.
questions to Gavin. Question, Gavin. In short, what is the most important short-term outcome of your visit to the Hochschule conference?
The most short-term one is that we have contacts there now. We'll be invited to a follow-up conference, likely in April. The medium one is mainly on a one-on-one basis, where we, first of all, improved the views of several international officers and vice directors for internationalization on the ESN. So whenever we go to these conferences, we try to put in the the sections and make them more accommodating. And the second one is that we really emphasize a shift together with the DAAD, that all the legislation for recognition of credits is there, and we have to look into making German professors trust in academia outside of Germany, because that is where we feel the main issue is recognition.
Amazing. Now, we have some questions on Slido. So, Margarita.
Which one is important to start with? CD? Also, please, everybody else put questions inside because it will help.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, no, I just said that I just invited everybody to also ask questions inside because next time we have the organization now. So, question number one, regarding inclusion, since this is part of your task description, why wasn't there no proposal to choose a delegation leader for EGEM as it would be one of the two tasks since when we moved the MR? Is the question clear?
Fair point. I don't know why there wasn't an open call. I think this is typically done at the national level, and while it is in our portfolio, we decided with the board that I shouldn't do it because there's plenty of projects running for me right now, and I wouldn't be able to give my full attention to it. Dusan won't be able to physically make it, but Dusan is overseeing the process, and there is one board member involved, which is Maria, and then we decided to get Henry from the National Support Office.
A comment, the national level is not a concept of ESN Germany. It's not in our statutes, it's not in our standing orders. There is no such thing as the national level. There's a national board, there's the audit board, there are board supporters, there's ESN alumni, there's regional coordinators, there's teams, national teams, but there is no such thing as the national level. Just to make it clear for everybody. Thank you for your answer. Second question to Gabriel. What happened with ESN Germany is back, and what's the plan there? Where can local active members hang out with the neighborhood?
Okay, so sorry, that started unexpected. I sent out an email with details, but in short, the issue that we have with Slack is a licensing issue. So the thing is that the license is very limiting. We can only have up to 250 active members, and if we want to have more, we do have to pay quite a lot of money. So part of the digitalization grant this year and the session that we will hold later is also about this topic, because even if we could easily right now pay the 4,000, we still need like a better solution, because then if we pay 4,000 a year for 350 users, we artificially kind of limit ourselves, because we would be afraid to add members to the workspace because of the cost. So yeah, part of the digitalization grant is looking for a solution. It already exists, and I all invite you to join the digitalization session. It's not a technical discussion, it's more a discussion on how do you guys work to kind of find that out and make some notes and put that also into consideration. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you so much. Should I just continue?
Oh, and another thing is, we already got some sections back on Slack through Slack Connect. This is like kind of the trick, because this way we don't have to pay. Because they wanted us to sign a contract, and then I was like, oh, we just use Slack Connect. And then he was sweating from Slack. So yeah, it's not the best solution, but at least 1/4 of the sections are already kind of back on Slack. And for the short term, we try to increase the size again, and the sections that are not on Slack don't have the non-profit discount. And we added at least 3 spokespersons for a section, but it's not the perfect solution.
Thank you so much.
Comments from Carol? Okay.
Then a section, please.
Was there a comment? Okay. Yeah. So, since you got your two, I will continue with other questions first,
yeah,
and then we will get your chance after this. So, also a little reminder that you have, even though if you want me or who needs to ask your question, still put your name and section into Slido. We need it for the protocol. Because there was an anonymous question, what is a DACH cooperation? Who did ask that? Yes, somebody wants to shy. What is a DACH cooperation? Yes.
Okay, so DACH is the German-Swiss Austrian cooperation. It's like not an ESN thing, that's like a thing which exists in real life. And we also implemented it. I'm not sure if you know like who knows what DACH is. I mean, I thought people know, but I mean, I'm sorry I didn't specify it. But yeah, it's like Austria, Switzerland, and Germany, and so yeah.
Okay, thanks. So next would be Juliana, who's in Karlsruhe.
Juliana is in Karlsruhe. I have a question to Dusha. Can you tell us more about this French-German cooperation meeting and why you didn't reach out to the French-German cooperation committee when organizing it?
So the call happened recently, on the 24th. So the first part of the question is, we talked about the potential ideas, since the cooperation has been happening since Corona, basically, as far as I know. So the idea was to see what are the potential fields that we can work on our cooperation, and one of the ideas was to, for example, do training days with them, because obviously we are sharing a board with them. One of the other ideas was, since they don't have a national event, that they could maybe try to participate in Street Break and on Rhine Rhapsody, and then see maybe what they can learn from that. Also, there was talk about the fact that French-German cooperation is such a big thing in the European Union, I guess, that there's potential for grants, but that, as far as I understand, sections are supposed to
to apply for those. So it's something that we would like to discuss in the future, but it's just a preliminary call. It wasn't actually any particular official, but just to get to know the boards and to just start the talks again. So yeah, the French-German Commission will be included.
It was a call between the two national boards preliminary to see how we could work together. The French-German Cooperation Committee is old and not active in the current level, so that's why they're not being asked yet. If we want to work with the committee, we'll open a new call for that committee.
Yeah, so it was just basically members of the boards on both sides.
Sorry, I just want to clarify that the corporation did actually happen last year. They tried to get a grant, but it didn't work out. And we did try to get in touch with San France at the beginning of our mandate. We went to the regular scheduled cooperation call. They didn't show up. We emailed them, and nothing came of it until this meeting recently.
Okay, great. Next question would be from Michel. For the general.
Yeah. Michel, alumni, I'm just curious, which grant did you apply for the MA Potsdam?
Well, it's called Einzelförderantrag from DSE. So, yeah, I don't know how to explain further. We basically asked them to fund it and they agreed to it. Like, there's not much I can say about it. It's Deutsche Stiftung für Ehrenamt und Engagement. And I think there's a slot for presentation of this at this NA as well, because you can also ask for grants there.
Does it come from Rouge?
Follow-up question on that one.
Is it the same person as you did put this letter, or?
No.
Okay, yep.
Will you maybe share with the sections how they can donation, yes, and will you also share with the sections how they can contact the association to also get grants?
I believe that there's a time slot at this NA with a presentation. Maybe you can correct me if that's still there. Is it not? But anyway, you can just go on the DSE website and yeah, I'll just go to the DSE website. I'll talk to the head of OC here, and then to Stefan, but he's like. But like either that, or you can also go on their website and they have a Mikroförderprogramm, for example, which is like the easiest to apply for. Yeah, they have a lot. Like also the digital one is from theirs, and yeah.
Michel, I just want to ask to the DSE grants rate, basically. We also already apply for them with the VSE, and we succeeded with the applications. And I think it's one of the best application formats I've ever seen concerning grants for student initiatives.
You are right.
Amazing. So, any other comments? Then I would hand over to Luis again.
Maybe we can do one-on-one, like one other person and one of my questions, because else, like, it's a bit ridiculous, right? Like, I put the questions in first.
You put like also 50 questions.
Yeah, I asked one or two questions to each of the people who's there.
Yeah. Okay, then.
Just one.
Procedural?
Let me just give way with the questions which actually can follow properly.
Procedural question, Luis, is a very difficult slide. Scroll down the slide.
And close the questions that are really absorbed right now.
sorry, right now I have technical issues. We will face the third grade. I hope you can forgive us. Yes.
The colleagues answer the questions, or do you agree? Do you want to repeat the question?
I would like to read it because there is a character reading inside it, and I would like to elaborate some, maybe not too long. So, yeah, I will just start with this. These are 3 questions for Lisa, maybe I can split them into 2. The first one is, how can the sections get involved into a local schule?
Lisa Botscorner. There will be a presentation tomorrow, which I will tell you 2 different ways how to get involved, and it's easy to understand, but it will just, too much time, but there will be, the question will be answered tomorrow.
Thank you. Other question is, how can the sections get involved with iBerlin, and how many people from East Germany are in those staff, whatever?
So there was actually an official open call for anyone, like individual people. Misha from ESN, former Hamburg, ESN Berlin, is actually part of the receipt, but I contacted them as ESN Germany and just had the call last week, so we're still working on how we can contribute and in what way. And once we figured out, because we have to also take care or look out for how their structures work and how we can be involved in that. But basically, we're still trying to find ideas for the program. So there's definitely a part, you can be part of this. You can be part of actually being there, being a participant, being a participant of the workshops. You can hold workshops if you want to. You can find speakers, you can reach out to people, so there are a lot of different ways, but we're trying to figure out how to organize it in a way that makes sense for everyone.
Thank you so much.
Comment on that, the national board. The event is actually not organized by ESM, but by the European Youth Parliament, so we're not in charge of organizing it. We just offer our help because we think we have some knowledge to contribute.
So we are a supporter of the organization team and just share our knowledge we have from our events.
Thank you.
One more question and then I
Okay.
hand over to Luis.
Okay, Lisa, can you please make a short comment on what is the state of the network from your perspective? You have the best overview of all of us on the sections. German sections.
Can you hear me from Parkes? I would say in general, I'm super happy with the network at the moment. We're 44 section, which is an amazing high number. There's still so many interesting organizations and people that want to join us, 4 candidates in this organization at the moment. Sometimes it's difficult to reach people because of mail and the current site also, but in general, I'm super happy. And just because we all get so many mails about violations from me doesn't mean that we're not doing a great job. It's just that it's the first time that we're actually following all those rules through because we don't have any major problems with any of the sections. But that's a very good sign.
Okay, any comments? Otherwise, I would officially close the speakers list and Luis.
I have one question.
Sorry. But Luis, your question, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure who exactly the board will be responsible for this, but if we sections ESN full value by commercial ESN Germany that exists, like the full deals, the Schlappen and so on, where can we buy them? How can we see which quantities exist and which sizes are available? Which ESN does I think about that.
Well, right now we don't have very much to buy, I think. Also a reason because we need to set that up, but when we do, we'll probably use free text again, and you can set a limit on that.
I think first it is important for us to have some kind of asset tracking because it was an issue in the past with other boards that merchandise just gets lost or missing or is not properly tracked. this is already kind of online. It's assets.esl-Germany. I'm probably renaming it to tracking because it's maybe easier. But it's like a software where you can track it. In terms of selling, an easy solution is first the patches, for example, selling these at NAs directly. We have a sum up, so you can pay by card. For now, I think this is the best option because we already have it, and maybe in the future having a web shop. But as I said before, there's also the accessibility laws and make one. Yeah, sorry. Okay, he's already. I hope that answers the question.
Does it answer my question? Yes? Okay. Yeah, that's okay. So I would hand over to Philip and then to Peter. Yeah? Yeah, Philip. Okay. But otherwise, I would close Slido now. So please no more questions. Philip.
Yes, thank you. Philip is in Berlin at Visa Autograph. I don't know. Is there a plan for a strategy for like an education strategy for Eastern Germany?
Currently, the main strategy is to open up new contacts, and we'll have an evaluation meeting with the DAD in 2 months to see what we can set up for the next mandate.
Yeah, thank you.
Margarita is to Samuel, an inventor for what items. Please try to be more specific on this as the updated students list.
You and love there's a presentation on that. Maybe you can postpone your questions to that.
Sure, maybe you can do the updates.
It runs on the financials or something like that.
Then I will ask the second question. This is also for Samuel. Food and coffee for Annie in Hamburg was paid for in January. This is bad for the local section of ESM Hamburg and also bad for any other section who might be interested in organizing an event because they come across as unreliable to their partners who they have to deal with every day and not just once in the whole lifetime like ESM Germany. Can you please explain the delay? It was really...
To be perfectly honest, I don't think I got it before. Like, I can double check that, but I was also surprised about this invoice because she sent it to me and asked, did you pay that already? But I don't think I saw it before. But I can double check it if it was somewhere, and if it indeed has been given to me.
So it's Teresa's fault. She is Teresa.
Or it could be like on the email, like a big problem we have is a spread of random emails, and I don't have access to them. So I don't have access to the NAOC, for example. And I also don't want to be on 20 different emails reading all the messages all the time to like search for stuff everywhere. So we set up a new workflow actually. We have a new email which is only for invoices where all of them are supposed to be forwarded so we can actually track them, and everything that's not forwarded there won't be paid. Does that answer your question?
Well, not really because I have different information, but whatever, like it's not a...
I can double check that.
Okay, then I will hand over to John. Is Nina? Yes, you need.
Hello? Okay. That's actually pretty nice. My question was to Nena, and it was just like asking if you could give like a few more small details on the prospective partnership with Socrates.
Could you repeat the question, please?
My question was to Nena, asking if you could give a few more small details, if there are any, about the prospective partnership with swap fees.
Okay, so I've only had one meeting with Socrates yet, and I'm still trying to find out what the best option is for us. And we're probably gonna get a discount on the bikes you can rent there, like the students can rent there. So it's probably gonna be a discount. Is that the question, or?
Yeah.
And if there's like any updates, I'm gonna update you in the partnership Slack. So, yeah.
Okay, great. So, we're a bit over time now. So, Margarita and Bruce, you still have some question in Slido.
Yeah.
There are a lot of questions. Okay.
I mean, there are 14 people on stage who each present something. I don't think that these are a lot of questions.
Okay, I'm actually really happy that you asked because I want to put my update so I don't have enough time. So with N26 they have different models, like N26 is a German online banking, for those who don't know, and they have different kind of models for their credit cards. And the model I want to get is the U model. It's like you can, or the student U model. So instead of paying each month for the credit card, you get the 6 months, like Erasmus students get the 6 months for free, and the benefits are that they can pick up money 5 times free in EU countries, and also that it's, I don't know, it's like a lot of benefits, but one of the best benefits is that you get the 5 times for free and you can pick up money, and every person who's not from an EU country, you get free healthcare insurance if you're traveling, so that was like the most important benefits we're trying to get. Thank you. Is that enough? And I'm also going to update if there's more.
Yeah, what is the pitch that? Good question. I could have elaborated a bit more. It's a booklet we sent, or I sent to partners with all the information they need, like the different packages they can choose from, what's university, what's in Erasmus games, what do we do, how many participants, etc. So, yeah, just an overview for the partners.
Thank you.
So, next question on the activity of the national teams.
Relatively inactive, the tasks are too small for the tasks are too big for the workload of a team member.
Okay, that's weird comment. It's weird that they are not in the updates and are not mentioned anywhere in the updates except by Tanya. Nobody else has mentioned the team. That's a bit weird.
Well, that was just the update on the education team. We just didn't have the time in 45 minutes to also mention the exact activity of all teams. We do still have the section care team. We had one call the last month, and I got great help from Eileen from Potsdam to revise the section questionnaire.
Yeah, my situation is a little bit different. My team is not working right now. That's something on my to-do list. I haven't had the capacity to put so much work into coordinating, to be honest with you. And I'm also still waiting on the data Datenschutz reduction documents from a few of them who signed up for the team. So we're lost in the starting process. But I think I'm sure.
There's another question for you. Okay, because my other question really just got to be
IT team, so as of now, Sorab and Ashwin are working on Google Ad Grants. So this is like advertisement basically that we get. We have a grant and we can use free search engine advertisement. But they sadly didn't feel like it's complete enough to present at this NA. So I asked them if they want to present, but they didn't want to do it now. And the other members kind of got lost along the way. So we just send like, here's projects, but sometimes people just get busy with other stuff.
Yeah, Courses team is doing pretty well. We are around 8 members. The last one was recruited during the LP in Stuttgart. The next one might be recruited this weekend. Right now we are preparing for some workshop presentations for future events. And also, of course, the charity run 2024 takes a lot of preparations as well. But I'm glad that could be a little bit more active, but it's all right.
The chairing team is really active. The courses team is really active.
However, the project management team less so. This is also like one of my goals in the last part of my mandate, to get them more, give them more tasks, basically delegate more. There haven't been very specific tasks I could give them so far. Only 2 of them speak German, and those are most of the things that I need assistance with. But yeah, this is one of my goals.
So that was the patches question, right?
Yes.
Okay. The question who's not there anymore was why the Nautica patches are not here on time. The reason for that is that we, for sustainability reasons and for financial reasons, wanted to order them together with the patches for Design A. And we started the process of time, but the patches, both the Nautica design and this design, had to be overworked because of the limitations of the stitching process, which also takes a lot of time. So this is the main reason.
Thank you. Next one is also for you.
I would interfere here as one of the candidates over time right now. There are right now too many questions to all answer within the agenda. So,
can I choose?
Sorry, what?
Can I choose which questions are
I would like to choose actually one more question, which you really want to answer.
Can I object to this? This never happened anywhere. Like the speakers list was closed way after these questions were in there, and you started from questions from other people. So this is really weird that they're not allowing me to ask. Also, like really, I'm asking 1 or 2 questions to each of the people who spoke, not more.
We acknowledge that there has been a problem with the speakers list during this Q&A, first of all. Second of all, we did limit the questions per asker during our explanation how we're doing this to 2 questions. Yes, we did not specify whether that is 2 questions to each and every member of the board or 2 questions in total. I would like to clarify for the future that it means 2 questions after each other, no matter who you are asking them to. And I understand the confusion, we are sorry for that, and we are trying to do better here. Problem is that we have to get out by 6 p.m. here, and we are trying to get in as many of your questions as we possibly can. We are still keeping them in our drive. We do have all the questions, and we will try to get them answered. Sadly, we cannot do it in the plenaries right now because we simply do not have the time and the space in the agenda.
Okay, can I ask any more questions out of all the ones that are not on the answer? They're both important, like they're relevant for the people sitting here.
I mean, in the end, you also have the option to ask those questions during the breaks.
They are relevant to that everybody knows the answer to the questions because...
Yeah, do you should have a comment?
Well, she particularly went from also because in the past month we have no other. Yes, in the past month since the National Park any agreements from now, we have no other opportunity to make questions in the water of everyone.
There were no meetings from the any calls. So it's the first time we have them here in public and we can ask them stuff.
Yes, everyone.
This is not a question, it was a comment.
Yeah. Then please quickly answer your 2 important questions.
So question number 1, what happened with Axel? He was the board supporter for training coordination. Why is he not here? Why was he not mentioned? Why was there no open book to replace him? He's not in the sports section anymore.
Okay. Axel is currently not very active in ESN Germany at all due to private reasons. And we will figure out how we will deal with that board support position in the future. But I'm currently not having a lot of contact with him.
Thank you. The last one is Vianney, can you please mention who wrote the How Can AI guide? Because it was in your updates, but you did not write it.
That was not in my updates. The How to an APR guide was in my updates, which I wrote a while ago, which is a different thing. That is just 2 pages on how to do the PR and NA, and it's not referring to this document. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Is there any other very important questions you want to answer now? Then I would close out this Q&A. We're continuing. Sorry. Yeah. No, I know this. Yes, there is.
Yes, so as I said before, I'm going to give you
Name and section, please, if you're honest.
Exactly. So, really international guest. So, like I was saying before, I'm open to giving ESN, and I really want to know what ESN Germany is doing to promote European elections. So, we have a very big year in front of us, and I'm really curious to know about this.
Thank you for that question, man. You'll be an international guest. Yesterday, 2 days ago, I was on the phone with the DAD to touch on this topic, because as you might or might not know, we have a GEO, which Marie will talk about, and we got a very interesting email from our national agency who wants to know how we can cooperate there. So in the phone call, we outlined that we want to probably get together on social media, because we're having a conference in March. We're going to sit together there and work with the details, so that will be social media shared between the DAD and DNA. And then from the GEO side, one of the things that they'll help promote as well, so it's not just going to come from us, but also through the DAD universities, is the Erasmus Generation Portal Information Hub for the rest of the projects. Maria.
So for those who don't know, the Erasmus Generation in Action, or EGIA, is a project of ESN International about getting young people to vote in the EU elections. And we just had some mobility promotion events in the last couple of months that were supposed to promote mobility and going abroad. And in the next phase of the project, we're going to be having events about volunteering from abroad. So please keep looking at the emails. I will give you more information about that. There will also be an event in Warsaw called Local Changemakers, and this is meant for local volunteers. So please go there. I will not be going there, unfortunately, but we should go there as based in Germany. So if you're interested, please apply. You can also get 60% of your travel costs reimbursed.
Okay, thank you. So then now I will officially end the Q. Luis?
Yeah, so we can send money and then.
Please wait for the microphone, yeah.
So for the sharing team, how are we then deciding that one person gets to do most of their questions and others get only to one? I still have 6 questions.
Would it be okay for you if the national board answered her text into a right view?
No, because I don't want to answer to me, I want to answer to the assembly. If they can, yes, answer all the missing questions somehow to the assembly, I guess that will be acceptable.
Yeah, we could offer to answer the questions that are in the slide in a written format and to send them to all the participants of the NA. Is that satisfactory?
Okay, so thank you, and again, sorry for this mess. We will do better for next Q&As for sure. So then I would like to thank you, National Board and the National Board supporters. We're continuing with the discussion introduction. So the people who have the discussions now, that would be Timo, Gesa, and Gavin. Please give a short, really short introduction of your discussion topic, and then we're going to the coffee break.
If this is going to be your first time, come to me in room, whatever it says, and I will introduce to you what the role of the national and international level is for the local sections, and how you can voice your opinion and feedback.
Yeah, so in the agenda you will find the room numbers for every discussion.
My discussion is on digitalization in ESN, but I of course also interested organization candidate sessions should join as well. It's more of the topic of how do we work and how can we better communicate and collaborate in the future.
Yeah, and mine is about the OC structures of our national events. What can we improve? What needs to be changed? And how can we appreciate the work of the volunteers even more in the future?
Great, thank you. So we have then not 25 minutes, 20 minutes coffee break. You see.
Great. Hello, also from me. The coffee break will be right outside, or when you go outside this door to the right. There are also toilets, there's coffee, fruits, whatever. The rooms for each discussions are on the first and the second floor. There's some signs pointing you in the correct direction. That rooms with the 2 in front on the second floor, room with the 1 in front is on the first floor. And there's also outside for the coffee break, the TK insurance has like a little stand where you can get infused water and also do a quiz and ask them about how to do cooperation with them. They're open for any questions. And we wanted to say something about.
Okay, so because the coffee breaks are in the foyer of this house, we need to make sure that the escape routes are always clear or as clear as possible. Basically, the escape routes are the ways that lead on both sides of the staircases that are in the middle of this foyer. So please make sure that if you stand there, only stand there if you need to do something over there. For example, our tables where you can get coffee and stuff are next to it, so please only stand there to get your stuff and then move out of the exit ways so that we can ensure everyone's safety. Yes? Okay.
Yes, one more comment from Nina, please.
1 second before everyone goes out. If you open these egg cards, you can pick them up during the coffee break. And because of data protection, I'm not going to say who still needs to pick them up. But if you're unsure, you can message me and I will tell you if you order them or not.
Great, so then 20-minute coffee break. Enjoy your time. Please then go directly to the seminar rooms. And after this class, we have lunch. So the coffee break stands at 12.
Mega hoch. Ja, 2 Euro Check. Aber du siehst doch mal nicht. Ja, das ist sicher. Aber PVC.
Vielleicht frage ich dann einfach jetzt, dass ich einfach dann doch, jetzt kommt's.
Jetzt sieht halt aus. Ja. Gut, schnell los in der Quote. Übrigens, ihr könnt es erkennen. Ist ja keine Sektion mehr. Ist ja kein Verein mehr. Komm mal jetzt. Ich stehe jetzt schon die ganze Zeit.
Ja.
Ein neues Passwort. Endlos.
Passwort mit T an, ne?
Hat geklappt. Warum brauchst du das? Das ist halt übernehmen. Das rechnet sich aber vor. Vorne geht auf jeden Fall. Vorne geht auf jeden Fall. Ja.
Nee, hier geht auch, aber der ist halt langsam.
Aber kann ich jetzt einfach gehen, oder? Wo hast du die Steckerleiste hier?
Ja, dann mal welche.
Again, 2 minutes to hide. But just 2 minutes, it's getting more by the day, you know? So please settle down. I'm going to start shortly. Thank you.
Okay, great. We have a proposal from Margarita. So I'm going to give you the microphone.
Hi. This is a proposal to add a new point to the agenda. Then, if it is approved, we will have to vote on this. If the proposal is approved, the point agenda will be added by the CT whenever they see fit. So this will be under control. So the points that we want to add in CoroNAtion, so ESM examination, together with ESM Hildesheim, Braunschweig, Göttingen, Hannover, is to give an update to the National Assembly about the spot distribution for ETN. This is the Erasmus regime. It happens once a year, and there's procedure to get to go from the sections of the national organization. This year is going to be Spain. And we from the sections, the upper sections have something to tell you about how this distribution was done this year specifically, how we had a talk with the AEB, and how we want to for the future to change the way distribution is done. So right now we don't have vote on the merit of this, so we don't have vote about the spot distribution again, we don't have vote about the documents, legal documents that regulate this. We just have to vote if you want to add a point to the agenda where I will talk 5 minutes about this and tell you what happened in the last few months and what we're going to do in the next few months, which we're going to do regardless if you want to hear about it or not. So, yeah.
You heard about this point to add to the agenda. Who approves to have this point added to the agenda? Please raise. One question. Only vote delegations. If only vote delegations can vote the entire NA. I'm sorry, you have to have a vote delegation. And that's why we visit this. So who votes to add this to that? Please raise the vote now. And please put this down again. Who votes for no? Thank you. And who would like yes?
Voting is not better. One person.
So thank you. This is now back to the agenda.
Amazing. Okay, now I'm handing over to our candidate section. LAE, no, Roland, the leader.
So I'm going to give up today to what we've been doing so far, and since our last meeting, So first of all, thank you to everybody that voted on us last time and believed in us. We've been working very hard to integrate more into the ESN sections, ESN networks, and the mission, agenda will be vision, social changes, activities that so far the stakeholders on and the next steps of CoroNAtion. Basically, jump into our mission. Anyways, our future mission. So obviously, while we're here in the ESN section with our name ESN Hub Berlin. I'd say that we worked a lot. We had calls with ESN members, and I believe that we want to still continue in this path as an ESN section officially. Becoming a religious association, we've been working towards that. Basically 90% done with that, just that we are waiting for information from the to grow even more. Basically always a mission for us, and the more the better, and I hope we can contribute with more members to the ESN network. Organize events with collaborations which will be coming from other ESN sections like ESN Potsdam, attend as many ESN events as possible and contribute to the network. And as well, last main point is five official mascot. So to our new structure, I wanted to meet the board again. We've changed from 4 vice presidents to only 1 now. Basically, I will be continuing as the president. And Jali has been our vice president until now, but she will step down as of the next semester because of personal issues. But I brought our new perhaps future vice president named Raj. Greet him, top step him high, and you guys will ESN. Susanna has taken role as the head of HR with 1 person in her team, and to basically make our organization more inclusive and we to basically care about our members a bit better. Mahat, he is the head of events and partnerships. Yes, a team of 4 people supporting external partners, organizing events. And Malik has taken the position as the board supporter, basically. And I still want to discuss the important position that we hold. The treasurers, we have 2 treasurers, Jajot and Nate. They've been doing that work since the beginning of the semester, and the whole process is much easier now. We want to do the 2 treasurers because we feel that that's the most optimal for us. Our social media manager is still Monica with her team of 4 people, which I'll show you a work of them in a bit. Vlad will be our new representative to connect between our organization and ESN. As for teams, as I just discussed, the events and partnership team will consist of 4 people. We have as well a social media team that has been actually very consistent since the beginning of the semester, and the buddies that we always actually have here. So we don't have that buddies, but all of us buddies for the new members. Our team is consistent of 45 members. I'm proud to say that 45 members are active. Come to meetings, contribute in the livelihood of Lake Berlin, basically. As far as events and so on, just want to show you if you can shake it or Oh yeah, if you don't connect it.
Anyways, not music, but these were some events organized ever since the last NA. Some of them consisted of bar nights, the karaoke nights, Halloween party, and barbecue bonfire. It's done by one of our social media members, Tyler, and you can participate in the work of the whole team as a whole. Anyway. These are some of the goals from our events so far as organization, internal meetings, bar nights, cultural events. I want to talk as well about our internship that we did in the beginning of December. Basically, it was a giveaway and it was a little thank you for our members, the organized events. The budget was partly taken from the profit that we gotten from organizing events from before, and there was a vacation, a two-day trip, we did barbecue, we ate together, we did robot here, as you can see, and basically a nice event to teamwork. And we have as well a upcoming trip as a thank you again, members in the end of the semester. That will probably be in Prague, basically main focus will be team building. Our new and old stakeholders partners. Since our last NA, I'm not going to go so good. The old stakeholders are having impression of the AD becomes lay members. But we've stepped up a little bit our game, gotten a lot of external partners like 3 dorms, a lot of large entities that collaborated during events, and they've actually contacted us to organize more events with them. So yeah. Our next steps. These two slides are now we're from the last NA. I'm basically talking about to basically our motivation. It's still the same. So our motivation, getting more network within ESL, providing benefits for our incoming. And our next steps are about organization. Right? This was presented last time. I just want to talk about it briefly. Relay some of the stages behind it. % done, a little bit more, and then I can take off that point as well. Get a thought organizing, now we have documentation for every event we've done so far this semester, key points, pros and cons, and anything that could contribute to a new member joining basically. As moving onward to new members, I think that has been a process that we've optimized a lot by taking in all the new members. We've had new members coming in mid-semester and they've stuck with us ever since. Another one was to promote play. I think becoming more well-known, related, and having itself is going to be one that will always be our main focus for us. And more active members. I thought this will be our main talking points ever since the beginning of the semester, but I'm quite happy with the current that's 45 members, and it's yeah. So I think that we don't need more more active members. We just keep the numbers. So yeah. Basically, coming back to my first point. It's still the same. I just want to know anything to level up our official section game. So yeah, coming a section officially, get our association game a bit stronger, to become a registered one as well, have our own bank account and everything, build up our dream team, go with even more, organize more epic events and peer vibes to collaborate with business sessions in the future and as many ESM events as possible. And that's from my side. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And Slido is open. So if you have any questions to each of you, please put them in the Slido or raise your hand. Naming sections.
You mentioned collaboration, yes, and Potsdam. What about yes and
cooperation. If you come to us and say that you want to collaborate, we are more than happy to do so. I just really important on this kind of this we can say sexual practices. We already have connections, and we will be organizing hopefully any party together. So yeah, but we're open any questions and exact sessions.
Yeah, I think you can continue.
Okay. From the example of events that you mentioned, it seems that you mostly only organize marketing meeting events. Will you changing that event for marketing events? The events that you mentioned that you were organizing in the past seems to be mostly party and drinking. Will you start having more cultural what's the future?
Well, embodying values of PSN, then the culture values organized as well, museum days organized as well, picnics, cultural dinners so far. I think it was they were in the station as well, and basically organizing, we've done green cultures together. But we're not only partying, I can assure that.
Okay, thanks. From Slido, we have Margarita, Lisa Munich.
Hi, I'm so happy to have you. Thank you so much for being here. But I'm really serious about your mascot.
As a mascot, we've had a lot of discussions actually. I think the biggest one that we wanted was Susanna, if you make her, what was it? Corker, yes. Anna that's always smiling, right? That's what he's embody, values, beliefs are. So I think it might be possible discussion for that.
Any more questions? Yes, that's lovely.
Hello, Alex in Berlin. So you mentioned you want to do more cooperation with us and ACE in Potsdam, but this would also go towards like organizing events, parties, whatsoever. What about like internal, more team-oriented events, like joint getaway, that for the plan more so to consider as well.
Obviously meeting a lot during our piece, discussing as well. I'm really open to having events together, having internal events together, sharing knowledge. But I think one word comes to me
The next one.
Oui, yes, exactly. You mentioned going how are you going to avoid competing and clashing like PSN Berwin, which originally was created as the section for Berwin?
Competing and battling events that Berlin is not at all our main goal. It's not a goal at all for us. We've been very focused on this events. I think Berlin as a city is so big that Erasmus people tend to go to either one of our events. I don't believe that organizing events are the same day that, but if so, then you do joint events. Basically, I don't believe there's a battle or I know that, and we've been doing companies in Berlin, so yeah, I think that answers the question.
Okay. Then the next would be Johnny is an Ina. Yes, please help each other.
John, yes, Indiana. So I just wanted to ask, because you mentioned you want to promote yourself more, to be more well known within Berlin, and have you done any events with establishments like bars, restaurants, or like bouldering gyms to help get the word about yourself out aside from the bar night?
We we've worked with a lot of partners, external partners, as I mentioned, the dorms, the student dorms. We've organized events in them, so that would be our somewhat main reach for them. And yeah, but with other sanctions like bouldering or sports events, we are looking into them, but yeah, so far that's kind of what we do.
Any more questions? Sorry?
Luigi, yes, and but even this question is actually for the national board. Because when Yes Environment was created last year, it was kind of not decision, but consensus that there should be just one section per win. What makes the Great National Board believe that some problems will not appear like example of in other cities in Europe when there's more than one section per city, that these clashes are always happen, even if they are independent, they will happen.
So as the national board was addressed with their name, I'm going to respond first. It's a very national board. I'm personally convinced that it's a good idea to have several sections in a big city that are working closely with one higher education institution, because for advocacy is structured, for a lot of from the board need to be a good approach.
The network, not only in Germany but in the whole of Europe, that show that it is beautiful when there are multiple sections in a big city, because they can create even better events and they can really generate more impact than a single section does.
Yeah, hi. Torben is in Berlin. So ESN Berlin is itself mainly located at the TU Berlin, which is relatively far in the west, and Halle is relatively far in the east. So already by the geographical position, it's like more than an hour I think to travel in between. So simply by that, I think some sections, even when they're not in the same city, have the same distance in between. So we are approaching different students, and also from the pure amount of students in Berlin as a relatively new section also can't serve all the exchange students in Berlin, and therefore we as Berlin appreciate the effort of Halle.
Great. Before we come to Severin, the speakers list, are there any objections? Great, then I will hand over to Severin.
Of our own experience in and it actually works out pretty well. I mean, of course, you have like this little competition, but that's more of an internal joke rather than a real thing that Tobi would steal our Erasmus. Like.
Great, thanks. Okay. Perfect, thanks. Thank you for your presentation. And we would continue with our agenda then.
person for the community. Communication. Given enough registrations for futsal, volleyball and basketball, I said everything outside, also volleyball, and the rulebook of the International Erasmus Games will be adapted here as well. One more thing, of the team must be of a different gender. Other teams consist of if we play on two baskets. How can you apply for that? Application is done by the participants directly, and the section does not for everybody if you do, but if you know that your whole section as well. So you can apply either as a full team, as a partial team looking for more members, or as an individual looking for a team. The registration relatively soonish. As well if they want. Internationals can also participate at the National Erasmus Games even if their section is not selling tickets. In that case, and on that with a small participation. Plan for that we now have a local phase, a national phase, and an international phase of the Erasmus Games. So, the local phase you're encouraging with offering sport events for your internationals, so they already can get to know a little bit of tournaments. Thank you. The main idea here is to get to know that the people get to know each other and already form. National Erasmus Games, so we have to see if it's working out in the end, but on the long run, for the next years, that's the plan. So these local phases offering more sport events, also in kind of tournaments. Of course, information. Last thing is we need referees to lead the match. So please check in the section and able to be referees at volleyball and basketball Erasmus Games. Of course, ticket and everything else clarified in the next weeks. That's it for my part.
Please wait for the microphone.
front of TSFL. I'm just curious, what's the point of using Slido if we keep waiting for the people to then again get the microphone? Like we have the question, we have the person who answered, who had the question, then we just maybe skip to the questions. Because we keep going all over.
I didn't really get you. Can you repeat it?
I said, what's the point of using Slido? Yeah. We keep waiting for the people again to ask the question from their spot. So we have the person who answered, who asked the question, we have the question, can you just go on with the questions?
I will be answering this, Denise, CT. Part of the reason is that it actually slows down the Q&A, which is intentional, because I do need to take everything down. Part of it is also so that the people who ask the question can elaborate, so that the people who are in the stream can hear, and so that the question asker could put a follow-up question in case something arises during the answer that we are getting from these people.
Okay, thank you.
Then maybe I can now answer the lessons learned. Yeah, because like the big lesson learned from last CoroNAtion was like that it was at the end of June, which is way too late in the semester for the students, so we put it at the beginning of May. Of course, there are also like little learnings, for example, that to make sure that if you end with the reflectorate at the club, that the club is already open, so people can come in. Whole structure, like in those, try to like take the lessons learned, that like to improve the communication with the sections, especially. I think that. And also from feedback maybe that we try to distribute the task a bit more evenly between all the members of the team.
Great. Next would be Jana.
Hi, Jana is in Rostock. You mentioned for University studying party tickets, but will there also be an option for tickets without a weekend?
At least last time at CoroNAtion, nobody really bought that ticket, so that's why we didn't. But like, if you're interested, for that.
Thank you.
So you can continue.
Yeah, Jana is in Rostock. To Timo, how are you going to be able to play basketball at CoroNAtion, because it's like a field of grass and it's not very nice?
Volleyball is on the
Yeah, he's on Frankfurt am Main.
Quite complicated to have on the Erasmus side. I mean, you said that it's easier, but forecast selling for this year.
Of course, we hope that like the sections will be able to sell them a bit better. Of course, we will give them more promotional material than last year, and yeah, I think it's basically how to say this year they can maybe know what's possible, and then order.
Matthias, there's something to Munich. You mentioned that everything is and on one specific day, which is Saturday. So what will happen in case the weather doesn't allow to carry out the competition?
We have to pray. No. That's a problem we are really aware of. And we are still searching for accommodation also inside, but it's difficult to find that. So right now we have to plan with weather conditions that are allowing sport outside. But we still have to figure something out in case the weather is not allowing that. So we are aware of that, but we still have to take actions there.
Great. Next would be Claire, but you have 1 more minute to put your question in slide, and then I will close. We are here. Okay, I will keep you in mind.
Because the primary city and the Erasmus game together, and you have a certain amount of spots who are like 570 if you wrote or something like that. Is there a certain amount of tickets that's reserved for each of the events, or like people who don't want to do the Erasmus game with the primary city or vice versa?
We haven't set a certain amount there yet. Of course, like most of the tickets will be first of all be sold to Rhine Rhapsody, and I think it will also depend how the demand by the section is. We will then define on that how many tickets we will hold back for the energy.
Great. Next would be Laura from Eastern Berlin. Yes. If you see that you're next in line, maybe also this, then Ella can find you.
Laura is in Berlin. How can we help support during Rhine Rhapsody, especially when we're not at Cologne? Especially when we're not members of Eastern.
So like every national event, we are looking for helpers, but this means that you would need to find your own accommodation in Cologne. If you maybe there are also options that you can stay at another ESM member to help them.
Great. Next would be Joachim from Eastern Cologne. And also, after Lush, we can close. Okay.
Okay, listen, Cologne. Will it be possible to be referring one of the disciplines and take part in another one?
Yeah, I think that should work out if it's another sport. I think that could be difficult since I guess that all sports competitions will be held at the same time. So, yeah, then all disciplines will be happening at the same time. So.
Any more questions? So I have your name now. One more question, and then was the Q&A in the objections. Great.
Great, yes, I'm working it. Actually, complete. About international more feasible partners.
Like if you find event at the last MA, our national Erasmus games, so this would be time process, but
have the contract.
But when are you planning to start tutoring?
One question at a time.
So, like, as I said, like, before we start the ticket sale, the sections together. Update us.
My question was, Michelle, is that POC, or actually, which is your particular
Student and taskers inside all. I think this Marius of the party team, the communication team.
but
So we find volunteers to of course we
so it's not like
the university. So they said they don't have the capability and the time to give us the space.
like in the person okay. Maybe you can
Yeah, for the idea, you'll see
CoroNAtion.
And
about the ESN. Say change. That's a general sentence, and that's the place where we decide on things like it will come into going to increase from €3. To offer everyone wants to look after our customers. And also, the plan is to boost the promotion and the online presence. So also access to get money, and that's for every NO, because we also have national organizations who have one section, so increasing the ESN card price is also going to help them travel to different kind of events. And also we want to fully support the international teams, because we have obviously the German team and the German national teams, but there are also international teams, and they go around to different events like training days and also the national board training days, and this possibility to fund them for the work. Also, as you know, our international board, they do a lot for us, they work a lot, and obviously we need to compensate them somehow, and you all know inflation is a thing, so to also compensate them properly and fairly, we have to press up also for that reason. Yeah. That's it. Like I said, very short presentation. And if you have any questions about the price increase or anything else regarding ESN cards, you can ask me in my community time or coffee break, lunch break, like anytime you can come to me. I like talking about ESN cards, so don't hesitate to come to me.
great, thank you, Elena. So So there's no Q&A for this, therefore please, if you have any questions, go directly to her. And we continue with finances, so I asked Samuel and Gabriel down the stage. So,
basically about the grants and financial topics. So our first slide, and as an introduction, why are we doing this? Financial topics was basically up to what I had time to do, and I didn't close the year yet because I will inform you more about the grants and what exactly we're doing there, because they're both quite or rather large. Then the first one is the inventory grant, which we got at the end of last year, and they have some facts, but they're both by the DSAE. Yeah, and they're both by the DSAE, and basically you can also apply to. And we had quite a large sum of money to spend, and we first went and thought of some categories. Where can we spend this money in? And these are the three we came up with. And then I had my national board members basically sit down with the national board supporters, of course, and think of things we can buy in these categories, because basically we went from an inventory of €0 for years in Germany to 15,000 plus. And we had to be creative with what we get. Then basically IT, Gabriel looked up most of it. We got streaming and backup equipment. You would see more of it now, but we can't get into the room. Yeah, we're still setting it up because things are rather new for us. And we got some digitalization at the national level, which for example includes these laptops that the chairing team uses now, so they don't have to get their own laptop all the time, and things like that. We just try to make it more professional and more comfortable to work with, because also everything she writes, we have it now, and it's not on some random drive. We never know. So then also for events, especially for National Erasmus Games, we basically bought all the sports equipment that we need, so we can make it cheaper. We just need to get a transporter, and we got a lot of workshop materials as well for the training days, for example, or for workshops in general. And the last thing is marketing, which we basically bought some cameras. We bought a phone, a couple of phones actually, with good cameras. So also the social media coordinator can use a good phone with a good camera to not use their own phone, and then people don't have to constantly invest. So we can offer a better work experience for them by having professional equipment rather than having to use your own. And that's basically that grant, and the person who wanted to know so much about it is actually not there, but now to Gabriel.
Okay, I'm going to talk about the 100x digital grants. Some of you might have been in my session about digitalization. And here are key facts of the grants. You get a grant up to 20,000, but you have to kind of provide an own share. And way back when we did the budget, at the last NA, we set aside 2,000 for this, so we can ask for the maximum. It doesn't mean that we actually will spend all of it. We try, because and the grant will run from March till December. So in December you can expect results. And what is our goal? We want to create something like, let's say, an ASN club in an easy to understand way. And what do we want is basically to improve communication and collaboration. And here's like a breakdown of the budget. And one key idea of this grant is that these expenditures you have to be able to pay for it after the grant ends. So the idea is making choices that you can pay for next year. So not like we will spend 22,000 every year, but it's like, okay, where do we put the money to best use? So most of it will go into like software development, which is 17,000 for software development is basically pretty much nothing, but we have contacts with 2 good companies that are doing it kind of for free. And material expenses are then the licenses, 1.4K to server domains, and a little bit into the community convention that I will go to, because there's also a network part of it. That was basically it. I think now we open up the floor to questions.
Great. Slido is open again, so your questions in Slido, please. And we start with the people who don't have access to Slido.
Hi, Patricia, ESN
etc. To whoever concerned about the devices that like you purchase for the sake in general. Do you have some not rule, but like to make sure who has where the devices are and how to act if they get damaged and so on and so on?
Sorry.
Okay, alright. First off, Gabriel is working on actually setting up the tracking software so we can track each individual item. With large items like a laptop, it's quite easy, but also like one volleyball would be a pain otherwise.
But also you have to like consider that whoever takes it needs to also somehow sign or confirm that they use it with care and everything. So this is software and it's already included. It's just a matter of setting it up.
Okay. Was this sufficient? Perfect. Then there was another question by a head, yeah?
Anonymous. Would the person like to phrase it or should I just answer? I'm sorry.
Wait, okay. Yeah, I raised my hand before. So...
Name and section, please.
Oh, sorry. Yvonne ASMA. For my very job, ASMA. What's digitalization on the national level?
Yeah.
Like, you said you were using it for, what exactly do you mean?
You're asking specifically the 7K into IT services or what exactly?
I think the 50K that Sandro mentioned. Oh, the inventory grant.
Well, let's put it back to this.
IT, it said digitalization of national level.
Yeah, she means my grant. What it's basically meant with that is, for example, buying these laptops, buying these phones that I was talking about to professionalize the national level and have give everybody equipment that they can use properly.
Can I ask a second question? Sure. Okay. Who uses the laptops outside of DNA, for example?
Right now.
Like who uses for outside events?
Well, right now we're basically looking at a combined usage. For example, the chairing team, the main chair's laptop will go to the treasurer, so we can actually bookmark all the accounts and everything there. So it's easier also to have a transfer of knowledge because we all use the same software and we don't constantly have to set it up newly. The vice chairs will go to the president because all the written documents are on there. But we also bought these things with the thought in mind. We don't know what future boards want to do, how they want to set it up, and if they maybe have other things they need or a secretary, who knows, then they can shift that around.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Since we already got a lot of questions in Slido, I would close Slido now, so we stay in time. Any objections?
Objection.
Okay. Great, then I will keep. What? Michel, don't you put your question in Slido? Okay. Great. Then I will, I will close it afterwards. Yeah, so.
Okay, Severin Leser. My question is like a bit related to like the computer, like who gets them and all this equipment, like where is it stored? Like, will it be national coordinators all the time, or will it more be like, I don't know, in Bochum where our address is, or where will this equipment?
Yeah, that's actually a very pressing question because right now we can only solve it for our board. It's not because ESN Germany does not have an office, so not even in Bochum, and so we constantly have to work around with it. We're basically thinking of first, we can end up having a transporter to every event is basically a requirement, especially for the sports events, and we will probably have we'll need to start a team of at the moment. But we can also think about maybe asking sections close to where Rhine Rhapsody is held for the sports equipment, things like that.
Also noting that it's mostly concerning sports equipment, the IT equipment pretty much fits in a bag, so it's not that big of a problem for the IT equipment.
Perfect. The next question would be from Michel. Oh, wait. No, Louis, sorry. Somebody voted Michel up, that's why we did. Sorry. Yeah, Louis.
Luigi, yes, I know we have internet. Question to Samuel and maybe also for them in general. For transparency in auditing, how will the inventory list be shared with the sections? And with this I mean not the inventory itself, just the list and where it is.
I'm pretty sure we can just export it from the inventory program country and then share one, like if that answers your question.
And also for auditing, the software also includes where you can set it up that like once a year you will do an audit or something. And most of the things that we have, we also bought a label printer. So most of the IT equipment will have like a QR code with the label where you can just scan it and check it out and check it in. Kind of like that's how you can imagine it. So we actually also need like physical labels with cables. It's sometimes maybe hard to know, is this my cable, if it's like a USB-C cable. So,
yeah, okay. Then there's a CT question. You still have to put your name and section in there, so we don't know from whom is this question. I didn't read it. So I would skip this then for now. Next would be John, Is, and Milan.
You mentioned for our servers and domains there was 1,400 euros allocated. So I was just wondering what factors were taken into account to arrive at this number. Was it just like the cheapest domains that are options for hosting that were available that you researched, or were there other factors?
well, DE domains, so these are domains we are thinking of section domains, not just like our domains. So ESN Berlin is an output that each of them have their own domains, and these are usually, I think, $12.90 a year. These are, I think, pretty universal, no matter what hoster you go with. And for the server cost, so that's like 400 in a year, and server costs like 1,000. So we, it's a bit of an approximation, 100 euros. It's like the kind of middle ground, if you, depending how big your system is. But we, let's just say we went with a bigger server, and then we could maybe scale down, but it was like a good, solid choice, I guess.
Great. Next would be Michel.
Yes.
Also, there are 3 more questions, 2 more minutes, so I'm closing the speakers list now. Any objections? Perfect. Yeah.
Yes, Michael, alumni, how will you manage the transition regarding the phones, if there, for example, is a SIM card?
We didn't get a SIM card yet. Yes, in Germany used to have one, but that was on a private address, so we let that run out because obviously that doesn't make a lot of sense. But a few technical questions that we're still solving, like maybe it's background to the grant. We were very pressed with time. Like we had to spend we had 1 month in December effectively. They told us we can do it, and then we had to do it all in this month. So we set it up, and now we're going to clear it up, basically. So with the SIM card, for example, how do we thought about that?
Yeah, so in SIM cards, it usually also makes more sense to get a multi-SIM, just like what companies do. So you have like a single number shared with 3 people, so the board has the same number, for example. And SIM cards, these phones don't have electronic SIM cards, so you can just take them out. And with the phones, it also, with the transition, you can also see in the asset tracking software who has it. So if you see who had it the last time, you know where to log, I guess. Because it's like kind of in your best interest to make sure that these will probably be transitioned. But as we said, it's also recent development, so we had to think of some solution, and I think we found a pretty good solution for this. It was an excellent, not enough, as we figured out.
Thanks. Okay, let's continue with Luis. Please also try to keep your answers a little bit shorter.
Luis, yes, because you did mention at some point you struggle to spend all the money. Will it be possible for the sections maybe to take part, like suggesting something that they may be needing that will be for the section if they will ask for it, or that can be shared between sections?
Do you think, like, if you're thinking about the inventory grant, as I said, that was from last year, so that's done anyway. So, yeah. And secondly, that raises a lot of other questions, because that makes it even more difficult. Like, if you loan to a section, it's also a bit unfair. Maybe if we just give one section a computer, then what do we do if they just lose it? I think it would make our tracking even more messy. We could lend it, but also we all know that ESN Germany is quite spread out. So I think it would also be annoying to constantly drive around. You don't want to go from Göttingen to Munich to pick up a volleyball, do you?
Okay, last question, Michel.
Yes, thank you, Michel Alumna. I have to rephrase my question a little bit to both of you. Could you elaborate, please, on those? I think it was 17K spent for what is that? Is it spent exactly?
So in the question it says, why don't you pay Slack and be done with it? As I said before, also that we have like a hard limit, and these costs are increasing, and you pay per user. So we can expect €5, and we cannot expect sections to pay €500 in a month, or volunteers to pay that much. So we are looking for open source and more sustainable solutions than being at the mercy of these big companies. So what I'm referring to is it's already existing. This is based on like the code. It's called KOLLI, and this is already some like basics where you can write documents. So a replacement for Google Workspace, and during the sessions and during next week at the IT community meeting, we kind of want to find out what are other tools you would like to use, what to include, so pretext or
To wrap it up, I think a second point that will answer your question is it's also not sustainable, because we have this grant for this year, but we just postponed the problem by a year. So next year you might not have a grant, and then you would just have to do the same as we're doing now.
Okay, perfect. Then thank you very much. The next one would be a filler for the EGM presentation.
Oh, hello. Check, check. Check.
Okay. This? Okay. Hello. example, we went last year to the web, so to the Western European platform, an international event in ESN, and you went maybe to Spirit. More than 1,000 of people, international people, coming to Berlin. We have an opening ceremony with stakeholders, and now think about you combine.
On arrival dates starting on Wednesday. We're working with as well, and there were 3 dates suggested by the international level, and we chose the first week of April, or the first weekend of April, to suit the best to us. Last but not least, for those of you that didn't attend any EGM or same format yet, there's going to be a closing ceremony. We have a lot of experience with opening for ceremonies from spring break last year, as Philip already mentioned. There's going to be a flag parade. Like, our flag parades are awesome, so that's not going to be a problem, right? There's going to be an expo. You can imagine just different stands where people present stuff. There's going to be sessions, huge amount of sessions, not just held from ESNers themselves, but from partners and stakeholders as well. There's going to be dinners. Like, I think one thing we can do really good is actually, this is going to be a huge part of the budget that we'll see. And last but not least, Gala Night, as you've experienced. I think that was too much. Let's get to the why.
Yes, exactly. So the first point is advocacy. The EGM would give us the best opportunity to advocate for all values inside of the ASN network and also to show our values to the stakeholders. So to advocate for the Erasmus Plus program, for the Erasmus, for the traveling, but also give this opportunity to discuss our network itself during the sessions, because all the people from ESN come together. Yep.
Lasting connections. So how many of you guys went to Bucharest last year? And yeah, raise your hands, raise your hands. You still have connections from that, friends from those times? You probably do. It was my first huge event.
And I met so many awesome people, not just from the German network, but internationally.
I was invited, for example, to the Hungarian LA, and so on.
Yeah, next point is spotlight. Basically, we are now in Potsdam, and next to Potsdam is Berlin, and it gives a nice opportunity to put this whole region into spotlight, as well as is in Germany, as the whole network itself, which is one of the biggest ones with the most of the sections, or a lot of sections in the network. And yeah, it's just an opportunity to show, hey, we can also, or we're also able to organize this type of event next to Spain, Portugal. Yeah.
Stakeholders. We already have like quite a few partners in Germany, but hosting an event like this would like make it even bigger, like even more stakeholders. Wow, even the lights went out, so I'm saying that. Exactly, so we've seen from the experiences of last EGMs, like Porto and Bucharest, that they made connections that lasted even after EGM ended. So they still have really good connections to the partners and the stakeholders that were attending EGM. And even like when was Porto? It was 1.5 years ago or even more. And they are still profiting from those stakeholders and those partnerships they made that time.
Yeah, and coming from the stakeholders to the global stage, we're inviting stakeholders from all over Europe, but also probably from the South region, like from North Africa, and also we have sections in Turkey, now in Jordan, so they're also coming the stakeholders from, which gives us a nice opportunity to present ourselves, not just from Europe side, but also more globally.
Yeah, and the last point, experience. As you will see on one of the following slides, we have a really experienced OC that were involved in already different kind of projects from different sizes and are not just from Germany, as you will see. And the second thing we already heard today about the Berlin. So we are hoping of gathering a lot of experience from this event as well, because they are doing some kind of similar thing just a year before us. So it's going to be a very nice lesson learned thing from there as well.
Yes, and on the next slide you can see some, thank you, so 2 minutes, some impressions from the last EGMs. Just kidding, they're all from Spurberg. So what we want to do is we want to create similar pictures, similar memories to all of you when we are in Berlin for the EGM. And now we come to the last slide to present you the OC. Nice. So probably you all know Patrick. Patrick was a former main auditor of ESN Germany and also board member of ESN Darmstadt. We have John Lee. John Lee is now also main auditor in ESN Amsterdam, was in the OC of the first EGM, which unfortunately couldn't happen because of Corona, and is, yes, exactly. Maria, you know her. She's in the ESN Germany board for partnership. She built up ESN Berlin. Project. Sorry. I should know better. And was also in Amsterdam Blue Secretary. A lot of knowledge. Henry, staying next to me, West coordinator, section delegate together with Maria for the EGM now, and was in the OC of the finance team for Spurberg. And when we come to Spurberg, of course, we had of the last OCs also part of this OC, Mustafa and Zara, also old board members of ESN Germany. And then we have Isabel, vice president of ESN Germany, also former board member of ESN Darmstadt. And finally, Catherine, East Region Coordinator, was in 3 different sections, building up right now with me together ESN Berlin as the communication manager, and me, President Philip of ESN Berlin, and I was part from the OC, thank you, for the opening ceremony. So I know how to engage people, to get a nice room, a big room, to bring people together to talk and to advocate. Thank you. And exactly, on Sunday, you decide if you want to happen that the EGM 2025 is maybe coming to Germany, to Berlin.
Yeah, the sliders again open. Also, if you have, I would like to just point out
on Sunday if we would like to go through this application. So you will be able to vote if Eastern Germany will apply for this EGM in Berlin.
Amazing. Yeah, let's go with, that's a procedure, sorry. Then Luis, and then we're going to continue with the question.
Yeah, Luis Göttingen would like to request for the vote on this proposal to be postponed for an online vote, maybe in a couple of weeks, because we don't believe there's enough time to properly discuss this proposal or what can be the consequences of it not happening as expected. Because it's a big thing for the network if it goes wrong, or there requires practically no information how the event is going to be organized.
It would be very difficult to propose a vote since the proposal will be handed in on the 12th of February. And in the theory, the national organization needs to stand behind this, but we want to be integral and ask the National Assembly to stand behind this. Is why we're proposing and discussing it here. There will also very likely be a discussion session on Saturday tomorrow before the vote for all the interested parties to go there for further discussion.
Okay, there's another question or procedure? Okay, can you use this slider actually? It would be easier, but first of all, I would start with Oliver.
So, my question is, since this Oliver, since this is involved with some financial risk, so is there a budget yet, and will it be made public for the NAE to check or to comment?
Yeah, so there's a preliminary budget already, and an almost final draft has to be handed in on the 12th of February. Then the international board will check it, and then we have another 2 weeks to finalize it. So this means, to answer your question, once we have this final draft that we're going to present to the international level, we will definitely share it with you. But as of right now, for this NA, we can't do it. But in the current preliminary budget draft, we already have a worst case scenario and a best case scenario, and both scenarios don't end with ES and Germany losing money.
Maria, National Board. This is also not accounting for grants. We are currently working on a Erasmus Plus K4 grant, and I'm working on this with John Lee. He already applied for this grant when he was organizing EGM Amsterdam, and they got the grant back then. However, it still couldn't go through. But we are now working on it together, and hopefully we can get it again.
So, next, Hannes Alumni.
Hello, Hannes from Alumni. What's your plan in case of financial problems, or if you have not enough volunteers? I'm asking
mother of the
way. I will close the speakers list, please.
Since I'm here, they can also can provide some insights what is happening. I just have one procedure and actually covers part of my question. It's extremely important that we don't compare AGM to anything we do on the national level and on international level. So AGM was born initially before COVID. So when we did the ESN review to change absolutely the way that we did the biggest international event of ESN. So before the event was not an event, when the sections and the national boards voted to elect, for example, international board. After this, we passed to organize the biggest student-led conference in Europe. So at the moment, AGM is counting with 1,300 participants, 400 stakeholders, and an opening ceremony that has almost 200 people attending. So it's very important that we don't compare the event to anything we do in ESN, because from this year on, AGM will be completely different to what was done in Bucharest and in Seville. But I want to put a remark that it's not information that we share with the network. So, like, of course, I'm sharing with you, but it's not. So it's not that the OC that is applying, and applying OCs don't know. They only know when they actually are elected to do the event.
Thanks. So next would be Michel.
One, right? Okay. Yeah, Michel alumni, have you conducted a formal risk analysis for the planned event? And which specific risks have you identified and assessed, and how do you plan to mitigate them?
Thank you for the question. No, we don't have a draft where we have like a whole risk plan, but we considered several things, what could go wrong, but I think there's still place for improvement. Can go wrong, and what we can do in this case. I think the most common thing is what can go wrong is that we don't sell enough tickets, but at least something other happens so that we are not capable to sell all the tickets and then have like a minus in our budget.
Yeah, one of the reasons as well that we waited so long for this application, because we wanted to wait for how spring break does, and spring break was in November last year, so we had a lot of time to consider after that if it's really a good idea. We've seen that spring break was a huge success. It was around the same capacity as EGM would be, so we are really positive on the effect and that we can handle it.
Perfect, thanks. Then next would be Axel, please. Wait, okay, then my list is wrong, sorry. Jana, it's your turn then.
Jana, ESN Rostock. First of all, great idea, but since you already mentioned the OC, how was it formed? Since it's like very together already.
Sorry. Thank you for the question. I think it was a little bit maybe spontaneous. There were some, when it's late, bar night discussions, some ideas, and I think then during spring break, there were all the people together, sitting together, where it's getting more formed into the OC and head of OC, and then we're starting to assemble more people where we think there should be part of the OC team, and now we're here and standing together and presenting the idea.
Thanks. Next would be Michel.
The top one seems already.
I'm very sorry for this. Then we
trying to events. So yeah, my question is just one clarification about the number of spots, because you mentioned 1,200 spots for ESNers, but is it like the total numbers, or including the stakeholders, or how many stakeholders spots are planned for the event?
The very national board, the 1,200 people is like the sum of all participants, and it's not our decision on who is attending. So I'll maybe give that question to Peter to answer.
Yes, just to clarify, and firstly thank you Raj for the application. It's impossible for an LC applying to know this information. This is discussed after with the international board, and it's also considering the capacity of the auditorium for the welcome ceremony and from the venue. So this is something that we need to calculate after, when, and if they are chosen.
1,200 people is the rough number that was estimated in the open call, and that's what we're trying to fulfill.
Great. Next would be Jana Isan Apostol.
Jana Isan Apostol. Are there any other applicants, and how are our chances or your chances against them?
Well, so far we didn't apply officially yet. Also, there's no other official application yet. We've heard some rumors about ESN Italy also applying for EGMOC. This decision will be taken by the national organizations of ESN International. But I think we should have quite good chances, as Berlin is very accessible from all over Europe and pretty central. We have very experienced OC.
Philip is in Berlin. The rumor was that probably Ancona or the city of Ancona will apply.
Thanks. Sorry, Michelle, did I skip you? Because there was the wrong order. So next would be Michelle.
Okay, yeah, I think the current question is, why did you choose Berlin? Why not another city in Germany where it is easier to organize an event at such a scale?
For us, just the clear answer is Spurbeck, so we have a lot of experience with Spurbeck. But I would ask you, which city do you think would be easier, or where would it be easier to organize than in Berlin?
I don't have a clear answer to that. My point of concern is, since I was head of OC of Spurbeck in 2019 myself, I know how hard it is to organize an event in Berlin. I think it's probably the hardest city concerning the organization of events in Germany in whole. So maybe there would be better cities suited for this. But
Philip is in Berlin. Sorry, I forgot my name before. For right now, is in Berlin has really good contact to the universities, so the TU Berlin. They are open to discuss how we can use the rooms during this time. And for this, it seems really easy for us right now to get the venues, and for the accommodation, we don't need to care, but at least we can show the people where they can get a hostel because of the Spurbeck.
Thanks. Then next would be Laura. Keep your answers.
Laura is an alumni to follow up what we have just said, organizing an event in Berlin is quite difficult, especially if you don't live in Berlin. My question is how many of the possible AC members are actually living in Berlin and will be living in Germany for the next 12 to 15 months constantly?
Thank you for the question. At least 4 to 5 of the OC members will live in Berlin, but I don't think that's a problem, because when you look at the Spurbeck, they're all coming from all over Germany and also from Czech and Poland, and we're able to organize last Spurbeck, so I think it's possible
that we now have Erasmus, ESN Berlin, and until next year hopefully also ESN HW Berlin. So we have 3 local sections in Berlin and a lot more local volunteers who can help out during the event, who have experience with the city. So that's a great change that has happened in the last couple of years and makes the work of the OC a lot easier.
Great. Next would be Domi. There. I need you.
Okay. Hi, lovely international guests. So, as host an EGM usually means having a lot to do with stakeholders. I'm really interested, have you already contacted DAD about this idea? Are they on board with this? Do they plan to support you? Thank you.
So as we didn't officially apply at ES International yet, we haven't been elected as OC yet, we didn't get in contact with the AAD yet, but in the last year we have had very good contacts with them. We are also planning to involve them into the local eye, and they were part of the opening ceremony of Spring Break this year, where they were very happy and they really liked this event, so we're very confident that they will support this decision.
Great. Thanks. Then, Michel, you again.
Yes, how are the basic finances planned? What percentage are participation fees? How much do you plan to require from sponsors?
Yeah, so we have a set cap of participation fee, which is like 170 euros minus 15 euros, which is going to be the international part. So we can have a maximum amount of 155 euros per participant. Currently, we are planning with 140 because this is the number like we're currently paying for EGMCB. In the budget, like as I told you before, there's a worst case and there's a best case scenario, or a realistic scenario. And in the worst case, the participation fee covers around 3/3 of the total income. And in the best case scenario, of course, we will get more funding, we will get the grant. So probably 2/3 of participation fee and the rest will be covered by sponsoring income.
You said 3/3. That doesn't add up.
Is that
Recorders, sorry. German.
Amazing. Then Laura, also actually Oliver, is this also the answer to your question? Was this also kind of
No, that was not covered. My question is like April is quite a month of fairs in Berlin, meaning it will be difficult to find accommodation and accommodation that is affordable. I know that it's not included in the EGM itself, but since students have to find it, have you considered this specific fact?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, no, we didn't consider this, but I checked when I saw the question, and April is quite a month where small fairs happen in Berlin. So IFA, for example, and Erasmus fair is in the autumn. Grüne Woche was now, so it's sometime in February. And also the bigger events, for example, 1st of May, Carmel Kultur is also more in the summer. So April is more chill.
Actually, I just checked and I was like, there's going to be a fair from the 7th to like Sunday this 11th, which is like, I don't know, one of the leading whatever fairs. So there is going to be a fair. So it's like, it's completely fine. I just want to know if you have considered it.
There's a comment to that?
Yes, I think I think one of the advantages of doing it in Berlin, a city with over 5 million inhabitants, that is geared towards tourism, is that there are these accommodation options regardless of the calendar. We are currently facing a situation in EGM Sofia, which is a smaller city, where due to local events, the prices for accommodation have skyrocketed. However, because Berlin has, at least hostel-wise, at least 5,000 beds between generator and A&O, it means that the 1,000 participants will much easier find accommodation there, even when there are other events parallel. This is why Berlin is ideal compared to a smaller city with only one hostel or only two.
Great, thank
EGM will happen in April, so that means that probably a lot of money has to be reserved for that. So what does that mean for Rhine Rhapsody and NEG, who comes a month later, but like for example, those who was we already paid beforehand? Can they happen if we will have the EGM in Berlin?
I think one thing about the finances of EGM is that the registration will happen very early, so we will get the first participation fees in the beginning of the year, which means that by the time we have to pay the first invoices, we might already have the participation fees. On the other hand, I think this question is not only about the financial capacities, but also the human resources of ESN Germany, and especially the national board who has to keep track of such a big event, even though the next national board will not officially be part of the OC, but still somewhat responsible. So we will reevaluate this after NEG and Rhine Rhapsody of this year, but it is very likely that Rhine Rhapsody won't happen in the same way or not at all in 2025.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's a comment, sorry, I didn't see it.
Funnily enough, it might actually be beneficial for the finance, as Sammy Parent told National Board, by the way, because most of the receipts or invoices you pay are after the event, because it's mostly food, things like that, and accommodation is not included, which is a big cost before the event. So actually, probably the account looks better and it's more comfortable for the treasurer.
Comment to how to use the mic from the CT. This is a unsteckable phone, so if you hold it to your kragen height, that would be fine. If you hold it any closer, we might get feedback and it might sound like someone is eating the microphone. Thank you.
Amazing. So now we have a coffee break.
One last comment in case you think about any other questions on this topic. We will have an open space discussion tomorrow afternoon that I will be leading, and if you think of any other question that you want to discuss in further detail, feel free to add them to the paper sheet that we will put on tomorrow, and we can discuss that in this time.
Thanks. Okay, great. So we have now a 20 minutes coffee break. Also, I heard there's a birthday person in here as well. Luisa, it's your birthday? So maybe give her some love during the coffee break. Luisa, it's your birthday. So please be back 5 minutes after 4, and we're going to continue and see you. Do you want to sing for her? Do you want to be dedicated?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lisa. Happy birthday to you.
So enjoy your coffee and see you back. There's more. I'm sorry.
Please keep sitting.
Okay, so
Eating the mic issue, thank you.
Okay. For everyone who arrived today, you will be able to check in with us in the foyer and get your key cards for your rooms. Everyone who arrived yesterday for some reason and did not get their key cards yet, you can also come to us. And then if you know someone who has not arrived yet, they will be able to check in after dinner at the hostel. We will be there as well. Okay? Perfect.
Now you may leave.
send you the winners of the event of the month of the last 3 months, but we even have 4 winners. Tell you about this when it comes to that. Right. So, for those who are not aware about the event of the month, so each month, every month, the winners voted by the courses team. We are deciding from all the events that got registered on activities.esn.org. Then we are looking through the events of the past month and decide which one is the most magnificent and outstanding. Why are we doing this? Of course, we want to raise the awareness about the 6 courses. You probably all should have heard about these. We appreciate great ideas with a certificate and mention them on social media. So everybody gets a little bit of spotlight that you deserve for your great events, for your great activities, for the great impact you have done with those activities. We also want that other sections get inspiration, not just now here the audience when you see the winners, but also we want to motivate you to take a look yourself on these activities.esn.org archive. And if you look through all the events, they are not just only the events from ESN Germany, but also from ESN in a whole, from all of Europe. So you can take a look there and get inspiration for some events you can do in your section. Of course, you have to follow the values of the ESN brand, obviously the courses, don't have to mention that any further. Well, that was a spoiler. So, for the first certificate, Event of the Month, October 2023, goes to one of my most favorite sections, ESN Darmstadt, for ESN Wheelchair Handball. I only have 10 minutes, come on.
Hey, I'm Luis from ESN Darmstadt. So yeah, wheelchair handball is it's an amazing event. We do it every semester. It's a collaboration with VSG. It's an association for health and recovery sports. And the event consists of some of our participants and some of the participants and the volunteers from VSG playing a round of wheelchair handball, which is, I have to admit, I've never taken part in the event, but I've done something similar outside of the scope of ESN, and it's an amazing experience. I can only recommend you to try it out. So next time we host it, just come to our event. And well, it's a blast. We do it every semester. There's a great exchange between our participants and the ones from VSG, and it really shows that even being wheelchair bound, it's not an entirely closed door to being active and doing sporty activities. So we enjoyed it a lot, and we have some future collaborations also planned with VSG. And thank you, of course, for the honor of the certificate.
Thanks a lot, ESN Darmstadt. That's applause. All right, cool. So next one, end of the month, November 2023, one of my most favorite sections, ESN Braunschweig, for studying with autism, a guide for fellow students and lecturers. ESN Braunschweig, yes. So this event was quite interesting. It was an online workshop. They did it with a cooperation with an organization that is very trained and has a huge knowledge about autism. And the workshop was all about how this works while studying how you get along with having autism and studying. Where are the difficulties? Are there any solutions for some minor problems you might have, and so on. So it was a very, very nice opportunity to learn about this illness, and yeah, it was very, very nice. Thanks a lot. can probably keep yourself here, because then in December, also one of my most favorite sections, ISM Braunschweig won Understanding Project Physical Disabilities in a Tabletop Role-Playing Game. 2 wins in a row!
So we had this cooperation with a company which do role-play games, and they extra did like an event where they created a Pathfinder tabletop game or role-play game only for us, where the character and the player were dealing with physical disabilities. For instance, they couldn't see, or they couldn't walk because they only had one leg. So you really had to imagine how you would put yourself in someone else's shoes, and how you would feel, and how you would behave, and how the restrictions you get when you have physical disabilities, which we maybe don't think of in our like daily life. So this event was like really cool. We had a lot of great recognition in our section. People loved it, and yeah, that was what the event was about.
As I previously said, we had 3 months but 4 winners. This is because in December we had a lot of great events, and actually in December another section, another event won the certificate for Event of the Month. So a huge applause for one of my most favorite sections of ESN Germany for December 2023, ESN Deckendorf for a Christmas social project.
Thank you very much. Our project consisted out of 3 things. A fundraiser where we collected money. One part was for a social project in Poland, so we had there an international cooperation inside the ESN network, together with the former section of myself, ESN UEK Kraków. There on the right side we see how we bought the food for the people in need. As well, we had a third part that we see in the middle. It was with, together with the city of Deggendorf, where we collected sleeping bags, blankets and warm clothes for homeless people that they survived the winter. We are very happy about this award. Thank you very much. It's a huge honor to get rewarded for this kind of huge project we did for this small section. And yeah, thank you very much.
Alright, so these were the 3/4 winners since the National Assembly in Hamburg. And yeah, register your events if you also want to be awarded, to have your light in the spotlight. And the deadline is the 1st of each month to register your event, and a few days later we will look through them and declare a winner. On Sunday we will even vote on Event of the Year, which will be voted by you. So each of the vote delegates will get a specific piece of paper. This is a small training also for the proper voting votes, and you can choose one of those events from the last year who you think was the greatest of all, who will win the Event of the Year award. And small spoiler, there's a trophy to win, so I'm super excited. I hope you also are excited, and thank you so much. See you on Sunday.
Amazing. So now we're coming to our next point on the agenda. Should I introduce it, Given, or do you want?
Gavin, please take the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alright, so this next point on the agenda is new. We stole it from ESN to us after the NA in the upcoming weeks. For the ones that don't have a vote delegation, we're going to hang out outside. We'll do a bit of a Q&A, talking. You can get to see insights into our roles a bit more, ask more questions about the work that we do directly, and then after half an hour we get back together and continue. Is that clear? Yes. So if you don't have a vote delegation, follow me outside. If you have a vote delegation, take a seat in front.
We acknowledge that it's important to ask questions, and we will be trying to answer everyone that we get. But do remember, we need to be out by 6. So if it is a question that you think you can ask in private later, we will also encourage that.
Yes. So now we enter the time where we explain our one and only standing orders proposal that we have for this NA. This standing orders proposal has had a run-up and is one of the final steps in a long, long series of events. So first we'll look for a bit of history. Who has heard of the ESM review? Raise your hands. Everybody with grey hair, it's nice to see. So, in 2019, ESM International went through a revision of their internal structure and their communication flow. So back in the day, the structure was different and it was a bit unwieldy, and they decided that rather than having every single piece of communication from ESM International go through the national representative and then to the rest of the board members at the national level, which in theory would mean if I want to write dummy, president is in Germany, president is in Poland, I would text my national representative, they would contact their national representative, and then it go over. And it basically meant that the ESN knowledge was refrained within one board position at the national level. They opened it up, review, involving every board position to a certain extent in the national level. So every board position has a community, every board position has meetings, every board position knows to a certain extent what is happening at the international level. Now we have removed the NR 2 years ago from our rules because it was obsolete. And ESN International has been pushing the removal of the local representative with the same idea that instead of having one local representative, the only contact within the section, to have everybody to some extent know what goes on at the national and international level. I think it's the next slide.
Okay, so instead of having one person who should kind of be an expert on all different areas and in all different communities and to transmit all that information, we're working towards a more parallel stream. But nevertheless, it's still important to get everyone on board and to transmit all the information from the different levels and into the local level. So that's why we are planning monthly network and update calls. This is kind of just a new name and a little bit of an actualization of the former CLR calls. So CLR stands for the Community or Council of Local Representatives and have been our way of updating you on a monthly basis. And in the past it has become a little more difficult because in every section the LR had a little bit of a different task and a lot of information that reached the LRs in this call didn't reach the right people on the local level. So we want to have a new call that is chaired by the NACT, so you have one person, but hopefully in the future 2 people who will stay with the whole NA, with all the sections of Eastern Germany for a year. And I think it's a great opportunity to get to know those people better and to keep everyone in the loop. So that's kind of similar to the structure that we have on the international level with the NO's call. So the permanent chairing team of the General Assemblies is also chairing a monthly call for all national organizations. So that's what we kind of want to copy by having this call chaired by our chairing team. This call should be open to all local volunteers, mostly targeted towards board members, but in general to all local members who are interested on what is happening on the national and international level. So that might be generally interested newbies, but also former board members that still want to stay in the loop and have something to say about the network. Those calls should include the information about the national and international level in forms of updates from the national board, from the supporters, from the teams. So we want to bring the people that know about the topics into the call so that you can get the information from the right source and hopefully get it right to the people that are interested in that topic as well. And as a second part of those calls, we want to include a themed open space.
So we want to have like several breakout sessions at the end of the call where you can ask your questions about what's happening on your local level. So we have this SOS time slot where people could share the best practices or share the problems on the local level in the CLR calls. We also have that in the community calls, presidents or the vice presidents, where people like just need some advice from other local boards on their things, because we're all going through the same problems all the time. So we want to have that a little themed and give some topics on what to discuss. So to come to the actual proposal of what is changed in the standing orders. So that is what you will be voting on Sunday. It's actually just 2 sentences that will be changed. One thing is that by now you are required to name a local representative. So actually I would need to send you a warning for every section that didn't tell me who is the local representative. I didn't do so yet, but that's what the standing orders would tell me to do. So we want to remove that sentence by jedes Mitglied wird durch seine Vorsitzende Person als Hauptansprechperson repräsentiert, sofern keine weitere Ansprechperson benannt wird. This means that you can still have another point of contact, but by default it's the president, because that's the legal representation of the association. And the second change is in the requirement of attending the CLR calls twice a month, twice a semester. Just changing the name, because in the future this call will not be called CLR call anymore, but network and update call. We already brought some of the questions that we think you might have right now. What if your section works pretty well with a local representative and you don't want to get rid of the position right now? Not a problem at all. As I just said, you can still name another point of contact, you can still name a local representative, but you're not required to have it anymore. So you don't get a warning if you don't have one. Then you might ask yourself, isn't that more responsibility and more work for the local board, for the president especially? And we think that it shouldn't be more work, because it's not per se the president's responsibility to go there, but everyone from the local board and everyone from the team can attend those calls. So it might be a great opportunity for other people, and it's easier to substitute if, for example, the president is not free on Wednesdays, the vice president can go, or the communication manager. That's especially interesting if it's a communication topic that we will talk about, or if we're talking about events that the event manager can go to this call. And additionally, we want, by merging the community calls and the CLR calls, we want to lower the amount of monthly calls that we have. We think that it might be easier, especially for busy local bodies, for busy presidents and vice presidents, to have one call that might be half an hour longer, only once a month, instead of having several calls several times of the month and keeping up with all those several dates. And lastly, you might ask yourself which topics will be covered in this open space afterwards. So I think a lot of the questions that are raised in the president's community are kind of related to organizational and HR topics. So they're actually also part of the VP community. That's why we want to combine that a bit. So association law, recruiting, onboarding, team building, code of conduct things, and in general everything you might ask for. So always feel free to propose a topic. And yeah, with that, we're coming to the questions that you might have additionally to those 3 questions.
Okay, you know the game. The slider has been opened 2 minutes ago. So if you have any questions, put them in the slider. Otherwise, you may raise your hand if you don't have internet right now. I see Margarita. Yes.
local board of my section, I was the one that dealt with the transition between the president and the LR, because yes, in Portugal actually changed these 3 years ago, exactly this change, 3 years ago in our document. So everything was successful, we just had to adapt some things internally and to actually streamline how we communicate things, because before the LR and the NR, they were the ones that collect all the information. With this change, actually the information will go to the right channel, so the VPs start to receive information from the VPs, the presidents from the presidents, and we in Portugal we didn't force as well for the sections to take out the LR. They actually eventually throughout the years take out the position, but it was actually very fruitful also to engage all the boards into discussions, because what happened in the past is that the LR had all the information and sometimes the boards were not involved with the network. So I think it's a very good practice that you are doing this, and in Portugal it was very successful, so if you want a successful case you can also contact the board of this in Portugal.
Thanks. First actually was Margarita, she raised her hand before anyone put slider, the question slider.
Margarita, yes, I'm based in Munich. I wanted to mention, it is a question, but ESN Italy and ESN Spain, as far as I'm aware, still have both an NR and local representatives, and I don't know about ESN Poland and ESN Turkey, which are the two other NOs that are comparable to us in size. So I wanted to ask you if like we are blindly applying the ESN review, or if you collected some information on like how other NOs are managing this shift, and if you have something to say about that.
Yes, Dormi representatives in Poland. So in case of us, we do not have NR anymore. We removed it in 2020, and we kind of merged the position of the NR and the president. However, we kind of like Gabby presented, we ensure that all the national board members are in touch with their own respective communities and provide information like on the community-specific topics to the communities on the international level. When it comes to the local level, well, we still have local representatives, and to be honest, one of the priorities now in the next 3 year strategy will be removing them, because as a structure in Poland, they are very not sustainable.
So there's another comment. Also, I would. Okay. Yeah.
The question still stands.
Yeah, of course. This is still going on. First comment. Also, I would close Slido now. Does anyone object? Great.
So, Luigi has been Göttingen reaction to Margarita. Because actually Göttingen already did that change 4 years ago, where we not abolish the position of LBR, because exactly the mandate we have it, we made everyone in the board LBR. I don't know if making the same. And the experience of Göttingen, it has worked much better when all the local board are the ones that are receiving the information and not just one single person, because it also lightens the work of the person that will be the one responsible for the section.
It should be on. It's on.
So to come back on the new practice of building it, the good practice.
Someone turned it off.
Yeah.
Someone actually turned it off.
How dare you?
It's on.
So, to come back, thank you, now that you're awake. To come back to the good practices of ESN Göttingen, the good practices of ESN Poland and ESN Portugal, this has not been without consideration. We wouldn't make this change without consideration. This change is a result of our almost weekly chats, and it regularly comes up that what we view as difficult in reaching sections is the LR. Because the LR is not a legally definable. It's not the president, not the vice president, not the treasurer. if you want people to act, if you really want something to change in the sections, typically these are the 3 people that we need to reach to make a change. Frequently the LR is a role with less mandated hours, less at stake in the local association, and thus when we try to go through the LRs, we don't always reach the sections. For that reason, we thought it would be much better to have a direct line of conversation involving more board members directly into ESN to centralize these updates. Also to the abundance of calls, when we talk about the vice presidents, presidents and LR calls, they're basically the same with 10% difference. So rather than giving updates on 3 different calls for the same people coming, we'd rather centralize that. So yes, this, to answer your question, this has been after considerable considerations.
Great, thanks. Next would be Tanya.
Tanya, lots of water. So in the past, during the CLR course, we had the course spotlight, which was quite well received, and we already mentioned that we can offer some topics to discuss, so this is more like a kind of request than a question, but can we keep this course spotlight so we can already give we can tell people about the event of the month or some other activities like social inclusion days and so on.
Yes, as I said, national updates, board supporter updates, teams updates, that includes the courses team.
Philip. Yes, you can do that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Philip is in Berlin. Some of the calls are like, there's not the time, like some of them like 1 hour, 1.5 hours, like how much should it last approximately?
Roughly that time. I think the update part shouldn't last longer than half an hour, maybe 40 minutes if there's really a lot going on in the network at the moment, and then another half an hour for best practice on a team topic.
The thing is, there are already small sections where you can't reach anyone. So how are you sure that this will improve, or do you think this will improve? Because, like, as we say in Germany, too many chefs make the soup too salty. The thing is, the current version, at least the one that's in the G drive that I now read, means that there must be named a person to which you can, to whom you can talk to, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be an additional person to the president. So of course it's important to that everybody in the board ideally already is in the bigger picture of what is happening, but I think it still should be like that, that we have someone we can hold accountable, like for the communication, or that we at least know to who we are talking to.
Well, legally speaking, this has never been the LR, this has always been the president as the responsible for the section and the association. In my experience as a vice president, the sections that are hard to reach, especially smaller sections, are the ones that don't have, like, small sections that struggle to find a board, struggle even more to find a local representative. And if we have an urgent problem in the section, we would contact the president anyways. So I don't think that this would make it more difficult to reach the sections.
Sorry.
Hello? Okay, so like the thing is, yes, boards may struggle, but the thing is, like, I mean, yeah, we still have in the new version, we still have the possibility to have an LR, because of course it takes a lot of work away. That's why we also have an international board, like for international affairs, let's say, a board support. The only thing is, like, I still think like that we should have at least one person. We can of course assume that it's the president, but I think like if we tell like the ESN section that you are really responsible for the communication, that you have to be named, that it gives the whole thing another importance, rather than okay, we have the president and all the board, and then, as I said before, the
from my experience, a local representative has been only like some middleman to send the information from the national board or local other sections or whatever to the section. So this is a job that the president or the vice can do themselves. Even last year, before this decision, I was telling my section that actually we don't necessarily need a local representative, and I argued about this, so I think now I feel like I was right.
Another comment?
Thank you.
Yeah. That's a comment. That's a comment. No comments are. Okay, then I officially close the speakers list. Any objections? So this is the last comment. I'm sorry. Thank you for the comment. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, also like the idea, because we also don't have NL anymore, just a suggestion or comment is to maybe have an alternate thing, an new call and the community call, because I understood you want to put it together, which I think is maybe not the best.
Okay, okay. Great. Then we are done for now. So we are continuing. We have OC announcements. After this, we're going to our community time. So first of all, I'm handing over to the OC.
Yes,
so bear with me for like 1 second. First thing about the dinner, it's at the hostel starting at 6 until 7:30. And if you ate at that point, please check in if you didn't do so. Then, if you go later to Waschhaus for the partying part, you have a golden bracelet in your name tag. This one. About pre-drinking, you have like some alternatives. So first thing is that you can stay at the hostel, but all drinks have to be bought there. Alternatively, you can look up the recommendations we put in the survival guide and go to some bars and later get that Waschhaus. And if you don't like to go partying, you can go bouldering. It starts at 8 from the hostel, and then you go by foot to the bouldering or whatever. Yes. See you later.
Also, I may be mistaken, so please could the OC keep the mic for now. But as we are now going into the community time, we have to be out of this room by 6. And I think it would be good to take the closing before the community time, so please take your stuff if you don't intend to leave it here during the night.
Great. So now, with these words, we're going over to the community time. So I'm asking actually the managers of the communities to come in front. And everyone, please then distribute yourself to the corresponding communities, like president, vice president, and so on. So
I think the procedure will be explained.